To call the Committee on Budget to order. It is 9:03 a.m. on Tuesday, March 7, 2023. I would like to welcome our committee members, Kia Aina and Tolba, and then welcome Council members Tupola and Dos Santos Tam. We don't have any members remote yet, so moving forward, pursuant to Section 92-3.7 of HRS, this meeting will be conducted as a remote meeting by interactive conference technology with the following procedures in effect for the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda in two ways, remotely and in person in the council chamber. Remote and in-person oral testimony will be allowed when the agenda item is taken up. Before testifying, each person shall state their name. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 1-minute presentation on each item. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference or phone will be called upon first. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. For those who are joining us by telephone only, I will identify you by your last 3 digits of your phone number. When your number is called, please press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. I will then give persons who have not registered an opportunity to offer testimony. Please utilize the raise hand feature on Zoom to be called upon. Some friendly reminders and tips. Video conference from a quiet location if possible, and if you are also watching the proceedings on Olelo, please mute your television at the time you are called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. Once all the remote testifiers have testified, I will proceed to in-person testimony in the council chamber. Persons who have not registered will be given an opportunity to speak following the oral testimonies of the registered speakers. For those council members, okay, I'll read that when we have that. And then for written testimonies, please we will be including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number, and it will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. As a courtesy, please silence or turn off your cell phones. With that, I would like to welcome everyone to the second day of budget departmental briefings. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we will start off with our informational briefing of our executive capital and operating budget review. For those online, you can view the schedule online at honolulucitycouncil.org and find respective documents to that as well. With that, first up, we have our Royal Hawaiian Band, and we have Bandmaster here with us, and I know that we're getting our presentation on, but for those online who wish to see it as well, it is Departmental Communications 166, 2023. And I would like to welcome our Royal Hawaiian Band.
Aloha kakahiaka, good morning, Budget Chair Cordero, Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, Council members, aloha, good morning. My name is Clark Bright, the Bandmaster of the Royal Hawaiian Band, starting my 13th year of service to the city and county. To my left is Eric Kopp, our principal horn player for the band, and our assistant administrator, a 35-year member of the Royal Hawaiian Band. The Royal Hawaiian Band represents the city at public events, including regular concerts, official ceremonies, special programs, and parades with the music and dance of Hawaii. The Royal Hawaiian Band serves as the official band representing the Mayor, City Council, and the City and County of Honolulu at public functions and events to create goodwill and promote Honolulu through its music. We thought it'd be good to give you an idea of what calendar year 2022 looked like. You can kind of see there during the early part of the year in January and February, COVID restrictions were still in place. We had a soft opening in March, only to be closed again in April, and then more of a full opening with full band performances throughout the rest of the year. Our small ensembles during that time did take its place. With Glee Club events, the total for 2022 came up to 405 services to the community. Just to give you an idea, some of those services include Iolani Palace, Kapiolani Park, Ala Moana, Pearl Ridge, International Marketplace, Windward Mall, Town Center of Mililani, Kamakanali'i, the Zoo, Royal Hawaiian Hotel, Moana, Surf Rider, Waialua Bandstand, elementary schools, preschools, adult daycare centers, senior living centers, varying community events, varying cultural events, varying government events, inaugurations, graduations, large-scale events like that at Hawaii Theater, Parades, almost every single parade. Our Glee Club, to include our Glee Club here for full council meetings, all totaling up to about 405 concerts a year. I'd like to present our budget and the changes to our 24 operating budget. The FY24 budget request of $3.1 million reflects a 22.5% increase from current year. The increase in salaries of $604,000, about 26%, is mainly due to the increase in collective bargaining and the PVP funding in our budget. The decrease in current expenses of $39,000, or about 16%, is due to the previous year's increase to fund a new music library storage system and a uniform bulk replacement order. Those increases are not needed in this year's cycle and is reflected in the current budget request. Our equipment expense increase of $17,000 is to account for the scheduled replacement of musical instruments that are beyond their projected 10-year service usage. And we do have a comparison chart for you to see. You can see the blue represents our FY23 appropriations, the red, the 24, and the difference in green. You can see the salary increase, current expense decrease, equipment increase, the total increase on the right of 22.5%. Also like to share our vacancy situation for the band. As of the 28th of February, we have 3 positions that are vacant, 2 of which we desire to fill by July 1, and the other by FY24. Some encouraging news from this time last year. With the assistance of Eric Kopp, our assistant administrator, we were able to hire 9 positions, 4 of which were internal promotions, that of the assistant librarian, clarinet section leader, brass percussion supervisor, and trumpet section leader, and 5 full-time employees. Flute, to include flute section leader and section player, tenor saxophone, euphonium, and bass trombone. That has not happened since I've been here. So I want to appreciate Eric and council, as well as our administration, for allowing us to do that. The next slide just gives you an idea of our fee schedule. I cannot thank the council enough for working with us and Councilmember Tupola for driving this to increase our fees for the upcoming years. Presently at $2,500 an hour for a private function, puts it more in line of the respect that we think the band deserves and what the going rate has been for other type convention or musical work in the community. And that was just done last year. So thank you, council members, for that. We appreciate that. That is starting to come in. We have had 2 recently for fee services, and we're looking to obtain more as the city opens up in its various forms. And also want to just leave a picture up here of the band at the Iolani Palace, and we're open up for questions if there is any. Mahalo.
Thank you, Bandmaster. Members, do you have any questions for the Royal Hawaiian Band? Okay. Okay, Councilmember Tupola.
Really quick, thank you, Bandmaster, for being here. Thank you, Eric, for all of your work. Appreciate it. Quick question, do you have a flyer for solicitation in regards to people who are interested in hiring the band, or is there a place that we can direct them to?
We do have an online schedule. Just to witness the concerts, correct? Is that what you're saying?
No, like if people wanted to hire you for service, meaning like I want to help you guys get more gigs.
I see. We do not have a flyer of that such, but we can take a look at getting one together to have a promotional type packet.
Yeah,
available.
Something general so that when people ask, you know, various people who ask us, we can say, hey, we have the Royal Hawaiian Band that you can hire. And, you know, I do think that I'm glad you guys had a few gigs so far, but it's something that I would like to see continue to sustain your organization.
Thank you very much. We will look into that. I appreciate that, Councilmember Tupola. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other members with questions for the Royal Hawaiian Band? Okay, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Aloha Bandmaster. I greatly appreciate everything the band does for not only the city, but the community at large. I see that there's an increase for the equipment line to replace the musical instruments beyond their 10-year service usage. I imagine that you have like a chart that shows sort of the inventory of instruments and their lifespans. That would just be interesting to see.
Yes, we do. And again, it's the average lifetime suggested for an instrument is 10 years. Those of which we are considering have surpassed that already. We can get that to you as well. Those would include possibilities of a tuba, sousaphone, a bass clarinet as well. But yeah, we can work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions for the bandmaster? Okay, my question is regarding, I know that with the additional equipment or instruments, what then happens to the instruments that are being replaced?
If they're still operating, we do a loan out to other locations, or we also keep some of that on inventory just in case we need them on a last minute, either parade or something breaks down. We'll have something on inventory to use just to get us through a concert.
Thank you. And at least within the last year or year and a half, I know that we've looked at space, but also storage for the instruments. Because you're getting new instruments, I know that they're replacing other ones, but do you need more storage too?
We can always use more storage. We do have storage locations across the community, some at Kapiolani Park, some at the Blaisdell campus area, some at our location, but it is always, I think, behooving of us to look for more areas to store things until we may get at one day our own place. Yeah.
And that's the goal. Is that a goal, to get your own place?
We had endeavored to do that, and we got really close when we were trying to do the renovation project for the Blaisdell Center. But we are continuing to look for a location to at least have our own band room and a rehearsal hall. So we are in the process of doing that. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And is it efficient to have the different storage spaces throughout the city?
Not as efficient as we desire. We would prefer to have it in one location, but they are strategically placed, being at locations that are close to some of our events. So that does help.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for sharing your budget presentation with us. And now we will move
Budget Council Chair.
on.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on
Thank you. Thank
to
you.
the Department of Information Technology. Welcome, Director. Oh, can you please press the on/off?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Cordero and committee members. I'm Mark Wong, the Director of the Department of Information and Technology. And while Stuart is setting up here, I'm just going to do a real brief overview of the department. I'm sure many of you are familiar. We handle the normal IT needs like servers and desktop machines. Running the data center. We're also in charge of security for the city, cybersecurity, plus the physical access systems. We handle the network and the radio microwave for the city. And our ERP division handles a lot of the financial and HR software systems that run the city. Our CSRs provide support for agencies and departments within the city. And probably most unique to the city and county of Honolulu is that we have a large applications division that develops a lot of the applications that are used throughout the city. So before I launch into the budget, I just want to cover some of the main projects that we're doing right now. Several of you have had a tour of our new data center, which is being completed probably in the next few months in the basement of Fosse Municipal Building. So a lot of our funds that we're seeking are to start equipping that data center with modern equipment as we abandon the old data center. We're also looking at significantly increasing staffing for CSRs because the council did order an audit of the department that indicated that we are really short on support for our departments. We're also looking to launch out online payments that are going to reduce the time that it takes and the effort to process transactions for the public and to allow them to do this online and make their payments online. We also have a large project for our public safety systems. That's motor vehicle and driver license. And that's an attempt to modernize these systems to get off our mainframes, which cost us about $3 million a year. And finally, another project is to modernize what we call our case management or workflow. And one example of this is your darts and risers and the OneView. So we're looking to modernize and replace and consolidate all of that. So with that, I will get into the budget comparison. You will note that we have some really significant increases in the budget this year, particularly in equipment. For many, many years, we've been underfunded in equipment. In 1 year, we actually got close to $0 for equipment for running the city. So we're catching up this year, replacing equipment that's as old as 15 years. And to anticipate your question about what is the lifespan of computer equipment, it's generally 3 to 4 years in a commercial environment. And we're going on 15 years for some equipment. So we really need to replace this equipment because it's a security risk. So we've put in for a 130% increase in the equipment budget. And part of that is because we're moving into a new data center. Our current expenses are going up because we have increasing costs for maintenance. And I will go into more detail on all of these items. And salaries up 28% for a total of 34% increase. And if you look at our year to year, you will notice that it is not at all consistent. It goes up a lot in some years, it comes down a lot in some years, and that has to do with the size of the projects that we undertake from time to time. Some of these projects can be in the tens of millions of dollars. That's usually capital expense, but there's a lot of ancillary costs along with that. So this just happens to be one of those years that we really need to fund a lot of the projects that we have started. Turning the page to salaries, you'll see that we're up 28%. And the last two bullets really highlight where these increases are coming from. We've had a particularly difficult time in hiring application developers because of the competition from the outside world. Just like the city, organizations are relying on automation to reduce their costs and get greater throughput, increase their revenue. And this is done through applications. So application salaries have grown tremendously, probably outstripping almost any other industry. So to keep up with that, we've put in some shortage differentials to try to retain and attract new software developers. But we do have tremendous competition from the private sector. And we're adding CSRs in response to the audit, the council audit that indicated that we need, I forget the exact number, but it was more than we're able to hire. And some of the question is, well, why don't you just hire more? Well, it takes time to train and supervise these and really get them into the workflow. So we're hiring as many as we feel we can take on in 1 year. We also have to find places to seat these people, and we're very short on space. But this accounts for a 28% increase in salaries along with the normal increase that comes along every year. Current expenses are going up 33%, and in our industry, there is a trend to move everything towards either the cloud or delivered as a service by the vendor rather than purchasing it. And you can think of this like leasing a car versus selling it. So if all the car manufacturers stopped selling cars and decided that you had to lease everything, you would probably have to adjust your budget likewise. And so our mainframe is going to be managed by a vendor, and there's going to be an increase with that. The mainframes are going to stay on site, but we will not have employees doing the work that is now done by the vendors. And part of our challenge is finding people that were working in the 60s and 70s that understand these platforms. They're very hard to find. So this will be offset by the increased costs that we would have to try to find specialists to run these systems. Maintenance on software goes up every year. It's not unusual for something to go up 10 to 12% for a package, and it could go up even more. So these are just costs that come every year, these increase. Even if you purchase software, you still have to pay licensing and maintenance every year. And finally, to the third column, our equipment up about 130%. As I mentioned, some of our equipment, not all of it, but some of our equipment is 10 to 15 years old. And it doesn't actually even fit into the new infrastructure we're building. So we do need to replace these systems. Part of the risk of running old systems is that they don't have modern safeguards for cybersecurity. And we recently saw that OTS got hacked. The international company that ran our timekeeping systems for ENV Queens was using it, HMSA. That company got hacked. And a lot of it has to do with the hardware vulnerability. So you really need to replace your systems and keep them up to date. So most of these costs are related to security, but there also has been a great demand for more online transactions, both within the city and the city departments, and also serving the public. And of course, all those applications need to run on hardware somewhere. So a small part of this is to buy additional servers to handle those new applications. So turning the page to budget issues, we really have one major problem in applications division, and in this division are the specialists that run the databases. And at the time we put our budget together, we indicated that there was a problem and a risk with our pool of database administrators, which is 3 people. Let's see if I got that number right. It's 3 people. But since then, we've had a retirement, so it's actually worse. We only have 2 people now, and one of them is far past retirement age. So we feel that we need to get more database analysts in here and fund this position. For the ERP CSRs, these are the individuals that service the departments. And as I've mentioned several times, we've had a shortage and a lack of people to support the workload. And a lot of this is due to the fact that in recent years, the city has created new departments and agencies and offices. So trying to support the increased number of work groups with the same number of employees just puts an incredible strain on the employees. And it just means that we provide less and less service because there are only so many hours in a day. So we are asking for 4. I know the audit indicated that it was closer to 10 or more, but we feel that we can absorb 4 new for this year. Going on to the next page, which is a summary of our vacancies. Now, of course, you know that this number that we show 18 was just on a given census date. We have reduced that number since then, so by the end of this month, we think that we will have 7 of those filled. So that number is not really a true indication of where we are in vacancies, but that everybody has to use the same date, so we use 18. We will have trouble filling all vacancies. It's a very competitive market, but I think if you look at our vacancy and our time to hire, the department is doing pretty well. Now, the next slide just shows a position that we offer to help DCS provide job training and job opportunities with the city. So this is something that we've done for several years. Where it's not funded by the city, but we do have a vacancy there. The next page, DIT really is not a revenue center for the city. So a lot of these costs here are really to offset our expenses or to reimburse us. The biggest number would be the wireless 911, or some we call it enhanced 911. There are telephone and carrier costs associated with running this program, and it is it is reimbursed by the state Enhanced 911 Board. So it shows as revenue because we actually bill them, and then that just goes back in the general fund to cover our costs. The mainframe systems that I talked about, the public safety mainframe systems, we charge per transaction. It's a very small amount, but it does add up to $600,000 for the state, $400,000 for the other counties, and a very small amount to the federal government. So those are costs that have been going on for decades. Once in a while, people ask for data to be put on tapes. It used to be the voter registration rolls, but it could be any type of data that we have to export on tape. We use the term tape, but I don't think anybody really uses tape anymore. It then went to floppies, but I think it's pretty much an online duplication of data to transmit to requesters. And I should also add that there is some reimbursement from the state for salaries for the developers for the public safety systems. That is not on here, I think. Is it on that? Okay, it's rolled up into the state billing. Okay, I'm sorry, it does say labor costs. Okay. And how many positions is that? 7? About 7 positions are fully reimbursed by the state. The next slide, CIP budget. This year, we don't really have that many ongoing CIP projects due to the funding availability. So almost invariably, these projects have to do with the radio transmission sites, which include the towers, the buildings that house it, power generation. So there is 6.58 million in there for that. It's primarily for one site where we have, I think, over 20 sites. So we have a sort of a rolling plan to keep these things upgraded, make sure that they can withstand heavy tropical storms, and just to replace the wear and tear on the buildings. Actually, DDC usually manages these projects since it is design and construction. So that concludes our presentation, but I would be more than happy to field any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we have Vice Chair Kia Aina. And yeah, Vice Chair
Thank
Kia.
you, Director. On page 5, you have the vacant positions. And can I ask, what is the total positions in DIT?
I'm going to use a rough number. It's roughly 150. I think it's slightly under that.
So, kudos to you for having just 18 vacant, and then you are set to fill the remaining both in 2023 and 2024. We clearly have a problem with other agencies, and whatever your secret is, you might want to share it with them. Yeah. I'm assuming that do you have a problem with recruitment, because a lot of your staff have technical skills? Are you plagued by lower than average salaries compared to the private sector and other government agencies?
It's more dramatic with IT than any other sector.
So why do you believe that people still want to work at your DIT? I can guess why. You guys are doing a terrific job, but you seem to have your vacant positions under control. Can you elaborate?
Well, I think we're driven by desperation first. We desperately need people, so we are very aggressive about trying to get people in. But why do people come to work for the city? I think it's because
not the city, DIT, because other agencies have challenges filling their vacant positions, and you are on target to not to take care of it.
Well, we're part of the city, so we like to tell people that when you're working for the city, you're working on projects that affect your family, your friends, and everybody you know. And we do work on some very exciting projects that you just would not have an opportunity to work on anywhere else. So the fact that the city is so diverse and DIT is actually writing the applications that most of these departments are using, you're going to get experience that you're not going to get anywhere else. Of course, unfortunately, they can take that experience and go work for someone else. But we we provide an exciting modern environment.
That's terrific to hear. I just wish other agencies could use that that mindset. For example, HPD. Everybody cares about public safety. You want to be part of helping to provide safety for your neighborhoods. Apply to be an HPD officer, right? So anyway, I like your mindset, and that's all. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. First, before I move on to any other member, I would like to welcome Council Chair Waters, Councilmember Wire, and Councilmember Say to the committee. Okay, next questions we have Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Mahalo, Director, Deputy Director, for all your work. I was curious, how often is the city subject to any type of cyber web-based threat or attack?
I would put it probably in the tens of thousands per day, maybe. We would have to go and look the actual numbers. Usually when we reported a weekly number, we usually would report it regularly. It would be about 1 million in a week.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Do we see those trends increasing, or is it pretty constant?
It's increasing.
Increasing.
Yeah. And that's part of the reason that we want to update the hardware, because a lot of this is actually caught by these dedicated hardware appliances that can look for signatures that have been recognized at other sites, and it blocks those. But a lot of it has to do with a recent phishing campaigns that we put in. So we actually act like the bad guys and send emails to all of you trying to bait you and see whether you click on it. And if you do, then we suggest that maybe you could take some training, because I think the biggest threat, well, of course, the threat from the outside is huge, but aside from that, the biggest threat is from our own employees who are fall prey to these schemes. So a lot of it has to do with conditioning people not to open those, to be suspicious when I get an email from Chair Waters saying, hey, can you send me your credit card number for this? We want to get this thing for your department or something like that. So they're very, very crafty when they send these messages out. So yeah, we try to keep our workforce informed.
Okay, so click the fish button, because sometimes I get them forwarded to me saying, I think this is spam. But that too, yeah, we flag it. So if you see an email from someone in the city that actually did not get sent from within the city, it will flag that. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate all your work, Mahalo. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Before I move on to other members, Chair has a few questions. First up, I know that there was an audit from last year relating to the cost effectiveness that did mention the cost effectiveness of DIT's major projects. Were you able to upgrade any plans or systems to respond to those audit recommendations?
We actually refuted those findings because they were calculating based on the wrong number. And the fact is that when we do a project for the city, that expense is covered by the salaries of the people that we're already paying. So most of these projects, there is no additional cost. And that's what I think the report overlooked. Because what you have to do is look at what it would cost to procure it on the outside. I'll give one example. When the city had to respond to the COVID crisis and vaccination, we were required to track the vaccination status of employees and let them do it anonymously. We wrote the application at no cost to the city and had it up and running in a week. The state took several months, had a contract with Google that cost 6 figures. So if you don't look at what the cost would be if you didn't implement it yourself, you're missing most of the picture. So the bulk of these projects that DIT is developing in-house, there is no additional cost. We don't come to the administration and look for any additional cost to do this. So we did a study with other cities showing that a city like Portland spends 3 times as much on IT as we do. Why is that? It's because we have extremely efficient use of the few funds that we have to run this department. And the reason we're able to do that is because we build the expertise to solve these problems in-house. Okay. So we would be willing to discuss that audit anytime, but we we totally disagree and feel that the bulk of the projects that we do are done at zero cost. They're all absorbed in the existing salaries that we pay. We're not paying outside consultants. We're not buying additional tools to do that. Once in a while, there may be a small tool of $1,000 or so, but by and large, these vast number of projects that we're writing are what we would say zero cost.
Okay, and so speaking of consulting costs, what is the total amount of consultant services that's in this year's budget for DIT?
For applications, I believe it's zero.
Zero?
Yeah, we don't really hire outside applications consultants. We don't hire outside companies to design or implement for us. All the training of the staff is done in-house. We have our own training program. It's a mentorship program. I have over a half-century experience in the IT world, so generally, whatever experience the department might need, we probably don't need to go outside the department. We do pay the ERP vendor to be in-house and support the product for us, so that's part of a service agreement. But in terms of consultants, I don't work with any consultants.
Okay.
Myself.
Okay. And then for the, I know you mentioned the CHIRPS system, and there was a 10-year plan that I think you presented to us, I think a year or two ago. And it started in the fiscal year 2020 budget, right? So you did mention that systems or software takes about, 3 to 4 years, and it's already outdated, and we're working on things that are 15 years in. Would that software be outdated by the time we implement this, by the 10-year plan?
So we're currently on the version 3.x, which means 3.1 through up
Version
up to 3 dot something. The typical life for that is about 10 to 15 years for a version, and we're past the end of that 10-year period for the 3.x. So the big push, when you saw that big bump in our budget, that was to prepare for 4.x and to do a different plan where that software got continually updated. So we're not going to buy a version and run it for the next 10 years. That roadmap has several upgrades every year, so it's continually updated. It would be like the software on your PC or Mac, right? It gets regular updates. So that costs a little bit more, but at the end of the period, you're running the current software. So as far as the implementation of 4.x, we have a scheduled go-live date of somewhere between the end of August and the beginning of September this year. So we will be on 4X in the fall, and we've already started training for that.
Okay. Director Wong, can we go back to the consultant part, because does DIT pay, in their budget, pay for other departments' consultant services for their software system that DIT then has to operate and work on?
We pay for licensing fees for other departments. And I think there is a support charge that we pay for the GIS system. That's a Geographic Information System. And the reason for that is that if Board of Water were to go and get their own contract and ENV were to get their own contract, it would cost more. So by pooling these into what's called an enterprise license, it saves the city money. And because it's enterprise, DIT ends up getting the budget for that, and we spend it on behalf of the entire city.
Okay, because of course, over the past 10 years, I've always seen a steady amount of 4.5 million under the consultant services for DIT, right? But that's for other departments, you say?
If it's a number that high, that would be for the ERP system. That's the cost of having the ERP vendor in there, making all the changes to the software to handle our payroll changes and collective bargaining and things like that. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not to develop new software. It's to make changes to the processing necessarily for BFS and HR.
Okay. And I know this is not related to this operating and capital budget, but in the ARPA second tranche in our Appendix A, number 15, it's $10,367,654 for various DIT projects. What are those, and how come how come it's in ARPA funding and not reflected in your budget here?
So the ARPA funding was to carry us for the current year that we're in. So when we went to Budget Chair Say, I think it was April last year, we wanted it to get it in this year's budget. And it was fairly late in the budget cycle, and it was a large amount. So we were told to look at SLFRF funding to cover that. And then starting in the budget for 2024, to put it in the city budget, and that
Okay.
BFS would support us for that.
So is it all spent, and what was it 10?
It's in progress, and the reason that all of it's not in is that a lot of the equipment that we ordered during the pandemic is on what we call supply chain shortage. And you probably heard that there was a big chip shortage. So getting these things where it normally would take 2 or 3 months, it's 6 months to a year. So it's coming in, but it takes a long time. It's getting better, but there are also some equipment that was relying on circuitry and chips made in China. And China had a big shutdown for their manufacturing. So these companies had to pivot to try and move manufacturing to other countries or to move it into the United States. And that just takes a long time.
Is this $10,367,654 all spent? Is it all spent?
No. And when I said that there was going to be an increase for this year's budget, that 10 million covered more than the annual increase that we needed. One of the big figures, I think it was $1 million, was an e-discovery system, because when I came on board, we would get maybe 2 or 3 e-discovery requests a year. I think there have been days when I sign off on 5 or 6 of these. So these have to do with lawsuits, open data requests, investigations, that type of thing. So it's just gone through the roof. And where people would do it manually, we have to have a computer to do it now. It's just we can't keep up with the volume. We are doing it manually. And the person that did it retired at the end of 2022. So we desperately need that. We're working with CORE to select that. But that's a very complicated selection process. So once you buy that, you're buying into a big platform. So that has not been spent. The bulk of it is the hardware, which should be in probably this fiscal year, the one we're in.
Okay. And just one last question or I guess one question, then a follow-up to that. For the object code 3401, it's relating to the 800 megahertz radio and microwave systems. And every year we're seeing that like 1.4, 1.5, whichever, 1.9 million. And is that related to the new data systems that's being implemented?
No. So the public safety radio system is not actually something that DIT uses. We run it. This is the police with their handheld radios, the fire, all the emergency services, the radios that are in their car. And our last system, which was basically obsolete, was replaced by a new P25 system. That's the technology. And it's the same system that the state and all the other counties are using. These are
So I'm
huge.
seeing that a lot of other departments' budgets, or like I guess the support for their IT is going into your budget. Is that correct?
Not for this. So the radio system is the core system that we run. It's basically nowadays it's all computers and switching, and they're like $20 million. So rather than use the system for 10 or 15 years and then come begging for $10 or $15 million or $20 million to replace it, we went with something that's more like the ERP system, call it an evergreen contract, so that the costs remain flat and they will replace, and if something is obsolete and broken, they will replace it for that life of that contract. I think it's 10 years. So that at the end of the 10 years, you basically have a new system. It doesn't mean that everything's brand new, but it's all the latest technology. And we're not faced with what we call a forklift upgrade, because we don't know what that cost might be, but it's going to be a lot of money. So by spreading it out year over year, we always have current working equipment. Now back to your question about the departments and their expenses. So just imagine that DIT is running the radio station, I mean the TV station. The departments have television sets. They're on their own to buy those. So that equipment, which we call the subscriber equipment, they have to pay for their own. We don't pay for that. And for example, we would allow the bus to get on there, or parks or police. And we do, as a city, try to save money. So police and fire, generally EMS, they're buying the newer equipment because that's critical. That could be life, critical. And when they deem that equipment is old, they will try to hand it down to other departments so that there's not as much expense there. But I think when you're seeing big expenses on that, it's police, fire, EMS. I'm not aware of too many other departments that have big expenses for that.
Okay, thank you for your explanation. And I was asking the departments yesterday one question, and I'll continue to do so. What is the amount of salaries that are attributable to current vacant FTEs that would have been in previous budget years been swept into the provision for vacant positions?
Yeah, the PVP amount that's not being swept. He thinks it's roughly $1 million.
$1 million is, okay.
$1.117.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Okay, now we'll go to non-committee members. We have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
All right. I originally had two questions, but I'll let my neighbor ask the other one. My question is, what's the involvement of DIT in the CCTV camera program around the island?
I'm going to have to break this down into different buckets. So when we use the term closed circuit anymore, but yeah, the video cameras that you see on the outside and inside of city buildings is part of the ACAMS program that DIT manages. So we do maintain the cameras and recording and the badging that goes along with that. Now, there are also cameras in the parks. Those cameras are purchased by DPR, but because they don't have a group to manage that, DIT manages that for them and records that video in its data centers. There are traffic cameras on city streets that are maintained by DTS for the use primarily of DTS and the police, and we do not maintain those, and we do not record those. Those are not recorded. There are, am I missing? Oh, I'm sorry. Waikiki cameras were funded by police, and we've been more of a partnership in that, so we've been helping to upgrade those. That video does come into the substation there. Then finally, the most problematic installation, which is one of the oldest, is Chinatown, where the cameras have been failing for many years. This old analog equipment, and when they put these in, there's not enough conduit to upgrade it to modern technology using modern network. So a project has already been funded and underway to build probably the newest camera system in Chinatown with the goal of putting a camera on every major intersection. And that is using a wireless mesh to communicate, so we don't need to wire that back. DIT is also trying to get some money from the federal government to centralize all the management of this video. And if we get that will not be funded by the city. That will be a federal project, but that has yet to be determine whether we're going to get the money for that. That's $4+ million to do that.
Okay, great. I appreciate that and certainly appreciate your efforts to go get federal funding to support this. In terms of maintenance, particularly in Chinatown, given that this has been such an issue for so many years, I'd like to be proactive and make sure there's funding for ongoing maintenance. Is that in your department, or is that in HPD, or in some other department?
If I had to guess, because I don't really know, I'm just guessing here, I'm going to guess that most of the maintenance would have to be done by DFM or DTS, because you need the bucket lifts and things to get those things up there, and DIT can't do that, and police is not going to do that. So that's, but I think that's a great comment, because if you want to know why the Chinatown system failed in the first place, is because the cameras went in with no plan for maintaining these things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have Councilmember Tupola, then followed by Council Chair Waters.
Hi, Director Wong. Thank you for being here.
Good morning.
2 quick questions. One is in regards to the 1 full-time permanent and 4 full-time permanent and 2 full-time contract. So in regards to the 18 vacancies, are we just funding these and we're using the vacant positions, or you're asking us to create new ones, or is there a way we can configure the vacant ones to become these? If you could just explain that to me.
Just film, right? Okay, so you are referring to the budget issue page, right?
Yeah, so I'm on page 345. So on page 4, you have the delineation of new, right? 1 full-time permanent, 4 full-time permanent, 2 full-time contract. And then you articulately explained why you need these. I definitely think that of all the divisions, you have justification very much so for the equipment. I was just wondering how we use the current vacant positions to do this, or if these are new positions we're adding in addition to you trying to fill vacant.
So we do not have vacant positions for these. We do have other vacant positions, but what we're asking for is new positions here. We're only asking for 1 in applications, and that's because we just don't have enough database managers. Everything nowadays needs databases, and we just, that's just one area where we really need to have more people, 1 person. In addition to that, we do have 1 vacancy in database, right? He was a long time employee, I'm gonna guess 30 years. So, we're gonna have to pay off the vacation before we can actually fill that position. But right now we only have 2 database administrators. We want to create another position, and when we have the money, we will fill that other vacancy. As far as the ERP branch is concerned, I'm sorry, the CSR branch within the ERP CSR division, we are asking for 4 full-time permanent positions. And over time, we will probably come back for more, because we don't want to ask for them all at once. They're just going to create vacancies because we know we can't fill and train them. So at this point, we're asking for those full-time people, and we would like to have 2 full-time contract people.
So currently right now in the vacancies, you do not have any CSR division vacancies?
They're about to be filled, right? There are a couple that are in the process of being filled, but generally we are maxed out. We don't have enough positions to do the service. So that's why we're creating new positions. We don't have very many vacancies, and the 2 that we have, we are already in the process of filling.
Okay, yeah. That kind of clarifies it. So basically you're saying that within applications division, there's 2 vacancies, you're looking to fill those, but you're asking for 1 more. And then for CSR, you have a couple vacancies that you're trying to fill, and then these will be added to the ERP CSR division.
Correct. Yes.
My last question is in regards to the page about construction. So could you just briefly tell me where the public safety radio towers, is this all throughout the island? Are there like 5 or 6?
Oh, no. Yeah.
Are these the ones that do the first of the month?
I'm sorry?
Are these the public safety radio towers that make sound on the first of the month?
No. That's the state, what we call the civil defense system. They don't call it that anymore, but the Department of Defense has, I think it's HIEMA, that does, that's a totally different thing. That's like tsunami warnings. Okay, so these towers are the ones that transmit the signals that go to the squad cars and the, the fire trucks, the EMS, the handhelds. That's what we mean when we say public safety radio system.
How many are there?
Dozens, a couple dozen.
Is this the one that's on we have one, I think, on the Waianae station. Is that?
Yes. Police stations, fire stations, up in the mountains, Ualaka'a, that park of Ualaka'a about on Round Top, they could be 200 feet tall, 250 feet tall. They can be quite large, or they could be smaller if they're within the urban area. But the expensive ones that you're seeing here generally tend to be the tall ones. They're very tall. And
Okay.
it's because of our geography with a lot of mountains, we have to get over these obstacles and basically do a relay to get the signal around the island.
Yeah, because they don't have line of sight. So
Right, exactly.
you need it. Yeah, I understand. I just was trying to, I guess, understand exactly what the construction cost was for. I understand now.
Yeah, they're huge. And not only, it's not just building new towers, these things rust and they have to be repaired or replaced. And it's
That's interesting. It falls under your budget. Yeah. So this is the one that all police, fire, ambulance use.
Yeah, it's because we run the actual equipment that,
The fiber cables, the infrastructure.
the actual radio system, that P25 system, we run that. And so those antennas. We also, it's not just radio, there are microwave attached to those towers.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm just reading from the budget book and your slide deck. Current expenses is an increase of $5.3 million. And increased costs are due primarily to the mainframe as a service and storage as a service contract being transferred into our operating budget as continuing expenditures. Initial contract was purchased using SLFRF funds. So what did the initial contract cost? The one that you used, SLFRF funds.
So I believe that we were told that we couldn't use SLFRF funds for that.
I mean, I'm reading from both the budget book and from this, right?
Yeah.
Saying that the initial contract was purchased using SLFRF funds. Are you saying that this is inaccurate?
Yeah. So after we had, after it had been approved and we got it in process, when it came time to executing it, we were told by purchasing that we couldn't, and that's very recent. So that predated preparation of the budget book. Oh, you know when that was? Was last year. But we have to put all this information before then. So at the time, our understanding was that we would be able to fund this with SLFRF. But because when the contract was first created, it didn't specify that it would be federalized, they told us we couldn't do that. So what we're working with BFS is things that we were set aside to pay for other things in the mainframe, in the data center, where we're swapping the actual equipment with something that can be federalized.
Okay. I mean, I understand that perhaps when you do the budget book, which was probably done in November or December, but this slide deck, presumably you would update it before you come into the council, right? I mean, my bigger concern is if this is inaccurate, what else is inaccurate in your slide deck?
I don't think much in the slide deck's going to be inaccurate, but that was something that was changed after we prepared these, because we start preparing these shortly after the beginning of the fiscal year.
Okay, so.
But I do
How much
apologize.
does the initial contract cost? Did cost? Because I'm assuming
So
that you started it already, right?
Includes the storage on the mainframe? Can you get closer? So the mainframe was
It's about 1.1,
1.1.
and the storage was about 416,000.
Okay, and the storage is 416. And so this is part of the same service provided the vendor. And we were going to take one part of that contract and fund it. But because that was not federalized, we're switching it to the storage. It's the same vendor, it's the same system.
Okay, so did we or did we not purchase the contract?
No.
No.
It's
Okay, but you're saying it's $1.1 million
Oh,
plus the 5.2
I'm sorry.
million.
He said it was supposed to say it's not funded, because it's not funded. What page is that?
Pardon?
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing this. And where does it say that? Okay. So clarification. Since the initial one was not purchased with federal funds, we were not able to use the FRF. That's the way it should have read.
Okay, so if it wasn't purchased with federal funds,
Right.
was it still purchased using other sources of funding?
Yes.
Okay, so, and that was $1.1 million.
So this, not the initial one. It was 1. Okay, yes, it was 1.1 initially.
Okay, and where did the 1.1 million come from?
It was paid from current expense.
Okay,
But apparently, once you start paying it with not federal funds, you
Yeah.
cannot add onto it with federal funds. That's what we were hoping to do. But purchasing ruled that it was the same thing, even though it is different work. So this is basically a cloud and service contract that allows them to do work under a blanket. And since we had already done some work that was not federally funded, they said we could not do additional work using federal funds.
so that's what BNF,
Yes, we
BFS
didn't
is
agree,
telling
but that's what we were told.
so did you, I'm just curious at this point, did you go before that SLRF committee that the managing director is running and you made your presentation and they told you no? Is that accurate?
No, the FRF committee did not tell us no.
They told you yes?
They approved it, yes.
Oh,
But
so what's the problem?
Because ultimately, I guess it's the federal government that can challenge this. So if the procurement officer says that this could be, in violation of the federal rules, then it doesn't matter what the city says. So at that point, we were overruled.
But who gave you that opinion? My understanding is this SLRF committee has someone, I forget her name, who is supposed to be checking out the Treasury rules. I mean, that's what this body was told. And apparently that
So that's
person
where-
was overruled by somebody at
No,
Budget and
it's
Fiscal
that
Services?
step. It's that step where they review the awards.
Okay.
So at the time she reviewed it, she said, you can't spend it, but you could spend it on this. So it's still that mainframe as a service system, but not the contract.
And by the way, I mean, I think all of our goal is to modernize and make more efficient government right? And in fact, that's in the administration's priorities. So I'm not saying it's necessarily a bad thing, but so my understanding is out of the first tranche, DIT was appropriated through the SLRF committee $6 million. And we last year on the second tranche gave you $10 million. So can you give us a status update on the $16 million that was appropriated to your committee? And why are we now asking for an additional 35% in your budget? And again, I'm not necessarily saying that it's bad, but just looking at your budget compared to every other department's budget, other than the managing director, which is going up 39%, your budget's going up 35%.
Yeah.
And so it's 35% of new money plus the 16 million that we appropriated in ARPA funds. So I guess a fair question is, what did you do with the 16 million that we appropriated?
Okay. So when we started on modernizing the data center in 2020, we realized that we're going to have to replace all these systems. And it would cost we're talking probably in the neighborhood of $20 million to replace all this. And we did a study to figure out where our budget was for IT. So this is what we shared with Budget Chair, who was chair at the time. For cities around our size, we call them our peer cities, DIT had an operating budget of $23.4 million at the time. Charlotte, which is a smaller city, double at 47. Denver, and we're talking about just the city, not the city and county, just the city government. Denver's 87 million, Portland 94 million. So our spending was so low that we were not buying new equipment. We just stopped buying new equipment because we had a budget ceiling that we're told we had to stay under. And as the salaries and other expenses went up and up and up, that left almost nothing for equipment. And we had that for many, many years. Many years of not spending on equipment. Now, when all this equipment is old, we need to replace it. And I basically went to the administration and says, I can't run this department anymore with this budget. It cannot be done. This is what other departments are doing. So we said, we have got to get a 35 to 40% increase in our budget, or we cannot keep up. We just can't protect the city. We need new cyber equipment, network equipment, servers. All this old equipment has to be replaced. And this is not a one-time ask. This is an annual amount that we need to be spending. So there was not time to get the spending in that year. So Budget Chair Say said, why don't we fund this with FRF funding this year, and then you put in your money for 2024 and every year after that. So what have we spent the money on? In this current year, we're fleshing out the data center. We're moving all the equipment in. We should be up and running in there probably in, 2 weeks to get the last systems out of there, which are DPP's permitting systems. They were supposed to have them updated with new equipment, but they're not going to make it. So we're going to move that and put the old equipment in there while the new equipment is coming in. So okay. It's the mainframes are very expensive. They cost us $3 million a year. So when we're talking about another $10, $15 million, just that one platform is $3 million. And we have dozens of these systems that need to be replaced every year. So IT is very expensive. And if we're not going to fund them, we're not going to have a viable IT department. Not one of our peers, I'm sorry, there was one, Virginia Beach. They were just slightly higher than us. But all the others were 3 times what we spend on IT. So, we've been starved for very, very many years. And if we're going to continue to support the city, we can't be running on old equipment. If you think about water and electricity, if your water goes out for an hour, you're okay. maybe even overnight, you're okay. If your electricity goes out, you can light some candles. But if your network goes out and you have no communications for email and public safety, you're dead in the water. So
Well,
our tolerance for failure is very, very small.
I mean, maybe I'm taking it out on you, and I really should be asking the managing director. We were appropriated through ARPA funds $400 million, right? And really, if we're trying to update our system, and I'm listening to what you're saying, we really should have put more of that money into what you're talking about. And I'm really concerned that they told you no, right? I mean,
No, they approved, the administration approved our request. It's just that purchasing denied our spending on that particular contract.
okay.
But if you,
So
if I may offer my position.
Out of the first tranche, the 198 million, you only got 6 million of that, your department. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I will say that I actually argued against using too much federal money, because once we get into this, if we start a project and we get reliant on the federal funding and we haven't planned for that ongoing expense, when that budget year comes around and they said, well, why didn't you, the question would be then, why didn't you put it in your budget if you knew you're going to need this every year? So I think we compromised and got federal funding to get us through that gap funding, but this needs to be an annual budget. It has to be. We can't, we want to use federal funding as much as we can, but those expenses that we know we're going to need every year, they need to be in the budget, because we can't come into a dry spell where there's no federal funding and then we just stop upgrading systems. We've seen what happens when you do that.
Okay. I mean, that makes sense. You know, last year I introduced council and we passed Bill 32, which establishes the data reporting requirements of the city. And as a trigger, these and this bill was contingent upon hiring a chief data officer. Where are we at with that? And by the way, does that come out of your budget or another department's budget? The chief data officer
does not come out of my budget.
Okay.
But I will tell you my understanding of where we are.
Yeah, please.
We worked with your office and we worked with outside organizations to look at what we're doing in terms of open data and getting someone that can provide accountability and transparency and governance around data. And we're all in agreement. The city needs a chief data officer. I offered one of my best employees, who I think is very, very smart, that he's been able to help us a lot with data, and I approached the administration and said, I feel that the chief data officer should really be at the mayor or the managing director's level, because they need to look at the entire city, not just DIT, and that it should not be the IT director, because my job is to handle the technology. So when this person recently came back from a leave, and when he returned, I was informed that the managing director has taken him onto the staff, and he is temporarily vacated his position. He has right to return, but the administration has hired him, and he's a brilliant man that I know will do a great job. So that basically is underway right now. It's already funded position, but you would probably have to ask the administration for the details, because they took my advice and they ran with it. I had no role with that after my recommending him.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I do recognize that you worked really hard with us on this. And I'm happy to hear that you recognize how important this position is. Last question, because I know you're limiting me to 3. You know, the Hanama Bay has a appointment system, which I believe you created.
Correct.
And it's awesome. Is it possible, you know, we're talking about commercial use of our parks. Can we create a system similar to the Hanama Bay system where people can go online, kind of like the camping permits, right? I'm assuming you created that system as well.
We did not create the original system, but I will address your question because the philosophy at DIT is we don't want to have all these separate little solutions that we keep patching together something that works. We believe in rather a holistic solution. So for DPR, that's called PROS, Parks and
PRS,
Recreation
right.
Online System, that incorporates the Hanama Bay system, the activity registration, and facility registration. But camping predated my tenure.
I see. So
So only recently was that written and put into the system. So it's going to be part of that. So along with that will go all facility reservation and activities within the parks, but also we're talking about licensing for commercial buses and things that come in so that they can get a license, and when they show up, it'll just be billed like your entrance to the park at a different rate. But yeah, one system.
So is that something we are currently working on?
Yes.
To allow, I mean,
Yeah.
weddings are a big deal, right? and you know, for the most part, in other districts, we've been shutting them down, which just pushes, and the photographers, it just pushes them to other areas. But if we put specific times during the weekdays, perhaps, that people could go online, register, apply for a permit, just like a camping permit, say on a Tuesday at 8 a.m. or something like that. I don't know, has Parks even addressed that with you folks and tried to work that out?
It's designed to handle all activities and permits.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And by the way, I mean, I don't mean to give you a hard time. I was just curious what happened to that $16 million that was appropriated to your department. And I do believe that the more resources you have, the more fabulous things you can do. So thank you, and I agree with what Councilmember Kiaino was just saying. Kudos to you for doing more with less. So thank you.
Well, thank you for your support, and you can be assured that I'm going to spend every penny I can. We need money, and when we're given money, we will execute it as long as there's not something that's illegal or turns out not to be allowed, because we really do appreciate all the support you've been giving us. And collaboration as well. It's not just support. You've also worked with our department, and I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Dos Santos, Tam.
Thank you. On the revenue side, I see there's a line for rental for use of land / easement grants. This is for charges for use of land and tower space and city property. I'm assuming that this is for cell towers, the small cells, sort of all these things that are coming down the pipeline. Do we have standard rates and policies for evaluating these proposals? Because more are certainly going to come with more of the small cell towers and 5G technology.
First of all, there are set rates. I don't think there's any scale. I think it's fairly simple. You get approved, and you pay a certain amount. Our kuleana does not extend to the small cell towers, which tend to go on DFM streetlights and some of the utility poles, but they don't get attached to DIT equipment. So in that sense, the permitting and the all those agreements, they don't cross us.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what your kuleana is here. So let's say, for in the corner of a park, is that you or is that Parks?
That would be Parks.
So this is only for when it's attached to existing DIT equipment, like our microwave
telecommunication
towers,
facilities,
et cetera.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, members.
And we don't charge for everything because there's a sort of a cooperative agreement. In some cases, we're using Border Waters towers, and sometimes they use ours. And so within, across departments, we do share.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for DIT? Okay, Councilmember Say.
Good morning, Director Wong. One question for me is, have the department looked at applying for those federal funds on broadband?
I'm sorry.
Has the department applied for these federal funds tied to broadband, which is available to the states and counties? Have you taken the initiative to apply for it? That's what I'm asking. Taking the initiative, like how we.
Yeah, so there are substantial federal funds for broadband that are coming out, but they are administered through the state. So for the city and the counties to get a share of that, they would have to be convinced that our needs justify a certain share of it. And we are working with the state, the counties, the University of Hawaii, and sort of a broadband task force to look at what the needs are statewide. I will say that the state's focus seems to be on underserved communities on the Big Island and maybe Maui, Lanai, but not as much here. A lot of the discussions sort of bypass us because there are other communities with tremendous need. But yes, we want to try and get as much money as we can, but we don't get it directly from the federal government.
Okay. Now, the thought was that we thought that the cities could apply for these federal grants as far as broadband and other federal programs and monies that are out there. So the siphoning off it is always the state, and then we've got to go before the state. Mm-hmm. Is that the process? Because I thought the process, I could go direct. The city could go direct to the federal government that is providing that particular monies for broadband. Now you're saying to me this morning, I've got to go to the clearinghouse, which is across the street, to get approval on a project that the city and county needs, which is the engine that runs the state of Hawaii, and we're getting nothing?
Well, I don't think anything's been allocated yet. I'm just indicating the discussions that I've heard, but we are at the table and we're going to advocate for as much as we can. I just think that particular broadband fund that I think you're talking about, which, you know, the federal government is spending billions, that one is administered by the state. There are some other funds, and I think there's probably a lot more we could be doing to go after federal funds, but right now the project that we're trying to get through is the camera management system.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you. Thank you again for your support.
Okay, next up, we'll have the Liquor Commission. We have Acting Administrator Anna Hirai, but we will give them some time to switch presentations. For those who are online and wish to see the presentation, the communication number is Departmental Communication 161-2023.
Well, while she's setting up, I'm going to go ahead and do my greetings. So, good morning, Budget Chair, Budget Vice Chair, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and members. I'm Anna Hirai, the Assistant Administrator at the Honolulu Liquor Commission. And before I go on, I want to thank the Budget Chair for the February 3rd Departmental Budget Briefing Instructions for highlighting the areas of greatest interest and concern and importance to the Budget Committee, and giving us permission to skip the color story and cut straight to the chase. So we do appreciate that kind of guidance as we're preparing for this type of presentation. So, okay, we're up. Okay, so this is our overview slide. Our FY24 requested operating budget shows a 4.17% increase from FY23. Those increases are contained in basically 8 object codes, and of those 8, 2 represent approximately $190,000 increase in salary due to collective bargaining agreement increases. Those are in object codes 1101 and 1126. And we also are requesting approximately $16,000 plus more for investigator training in 3212, which I'll go into more detail in a subsequent slide. The rest of the increases are small ones comprised of increase in gas prices, other professional services, rent and offsite storage, armored car legislative tracking service, and intrastate travel, but have been offset by rescheduling of Honolulu's responsibility to host the state conference, annual state conference and investigators workshop until 2025, and a decrease in computer equipment purchases. So we could go to second slide, please. Okay, so Liquor Commission this year does not have any formal budget issues for FY24, so I do want to spend some time, if you'll indulge me, describing the proposed investigator training focus and answer training-relating questions that were raised during some of our one-on-one meetings, which we also found incredibly useful. We had 4 people sign up for those, or 4 offices sign up for that, and I thought that was very useful for us. So as a whole, total training will increase from approximately $20,000 to approximately $48,000, of which that $16,000 will be devoted to increased investigator training out of state. And as detailed in the Deputy Managing Director's presentation on March 2nd, we are asking for your support for investment in our investigative personnel by way of training. So that first item there, which is calming the fire, this will be the first time we'll be attending. We propose to attend this particular training. We would like to send 4, which would be comprised of probably someone from administration plus 3 senior investigators, and this would be in the nature of a train-the-trainer type of thing. This is typically a 3-day conference. This year it's being held in Greeley, Colorado. Attendees will learn the fundamental principles of de-escalation in work-related interactions. They will learn to identify different behavioral types and what manner of communication works best for the particular type of behavior, with an emphasis on better communication to include reading body language and controlling one's own body language, and then using de-escalation techniques in volatile situations. Finally, the attendees will learn to basically separate or distinguish the issue or problem at hand from the person who is involved in that problem. The second item, which we designated clear, is another first-time proposed attendance by us. And because this is a 2-week virtual course, we would like to register a total of 10 investigators for this course. And this is somewhat of this does lead to a completion certification. It's somewhat of a academy focus specific to regulatory investigations. So we'll include overview, elements of professional demeanor, and basically the nuts and bolts of investigative work. If you'll bear with me, I'm going to just blast through the syllabus: professional conduct, principles of administrative law, interviewing technique, safety, overview of inspection and inspection procedures, investigative process, principles of evidence, evidence collection, tagging, storage, report writing, and testifying in administrative and criminal proceedings. We would like to register 10 for this because it is virtual, would take 2 weeks. The final item, or the third item, is the Internal Affairs Conference. Previously, we have sent one person. I've spoken other times with regard to the contract on-demand internal investigator that the Liquor Commission has employed. We would like to increase that to 2 attendees, and again, employing that train-the-trainer kind of focus. This year, this conference is scheduled for 5 days in Hoover, Alabama, and again, this is a comprehensive training leading to completion certification, and just in general, it's the use of internal investigations for a department in maintaining professional standards. I would like to point out that of these 5 days, there's one entire day that is basically focuses on discrimination. So that would be discrimination in the workplace, Title VII, sexual harassment, sexual misconduct, and anti-discrimination policy and best practice. So as a whole, that 5-day course is incredibly valuable, but I did want to point out that one specific topic because I was asked about that previously. The National Liquor Law Enforcement Association Symposium, we would like to increase that from 1 attendee to 3. Again, employing Train the Trainer. This year it'll be 3 days in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And this is considered the preeminent liquor law enforcement annual conference event as a invaluable opportunity to network with our mainland sister jurisdictions and peers. And the makeup of the NLLEA is always a number of various workshops that attendees can select. And in addition to general sessions, I'm going to give you a little sampling of what the syllabus is for this coming year. Direct-to-consumer or direct shipping compliance, unlicensed premises, nuisance abatement, GIS solutions and law enforcement, alcohol outlet density, and hate-motivated extremism in licensed premises. And the very final item is something that we budget for every year, and we typically budget for 10 attendees, is the State Investigators Workshop. This year, Maui County will be hosting, next year, Kauai, and then 2025, Honolulu. So this is an opportunity for the investigative staff of all 4 counties to get together and network, share information, and get instruction from local authorities, for example, Attorney General's Office, Department of Health for sound meter reading, so on and so forth. So we can go to I'm not going to spend very much time on this particular slide, except to report how happy I am that FY24 is going to be phase 6 of 8 phases to completion. So in FY24, we're going to focus on employee registration, development of the mobile platform, and document management. And after that, just 2 more years, and then we will finally be done with this project. It has been you can see where we started as FY 2017, and this also included a rule amendment process, which Council was very gracious to support the effort to increase our license fees so we could pay for this. So if we can go to slide 5, this is a hard one. Thank you. Yes. As of February 1, we're reporting a 45% vacancy rate. At the time, there's no position deactivation or abolishment is being contemplated. And unfortunately, I will report that some of the 3 key positions that are currently vacant, which is the administrator, chief investigator, and the administrative services officer, are likely to will not be filled until will not be done this year, FY23, but not until FY24. And certainly you've heard various individuals talk, including the deputy managing director, about the recruitment effort for the administrator. Until that key position is filled, there is going to be no fill of the other 2 key positions that support the administrator, which is the chief investigator and the administrative services officer. And I neglected to introduce Akiko Reyes, who is our acting ASO. She is stepped up to the ASO position. She is our existing audit supervisor. So that is a fairly daunting number with that vacancy rate. We proposed, and I think this is realistically what can be achieved by July 1 of 23. We're going to fill 2 types of training personnel. The training specialist and the training assistant are one's in recruitment now. The other one, the request to fill, is pending. We have both the liquor licensing clerk position and the legal clerk position in recruitment. We have 3 liquor control investigator 1 positions in recruitment. We have 1 liquor control investigator 1 who has been selected and his clearance is still pending. And then we have 1 senior clerk typist in the administrative services section. request to fill pending. So I'm going to sum up the one information that everybody is typically wants to hear is with respect to the enforcement section, there are 21 positions between the supervisor, I'm not counting the chief, the supervisor down to the entry-level liquor control investigator 1, 21, and we currently have filled 13. We have 1 more selected but not cleared, and then 3 in recruitment. So that's kind of where we stand on the vacancies. I know I'll have to answer some more questions about that later, but I'm going to go ahead to our last 2 slides. I sort of struggled in terms of what I was going to say about our revenue detail, other than this is really good news. I'll just remind the committee that 95% of the Liquor Commission revenue stream comes from our basic and additional license fees. And if you see, I mean, from FY22 to FY23, our license fee revenue has increased by approximately 1. Oh, I was like, is there a question from the floor? Okay, I'll go on. 1.2 million, and FY23 year to date, we have almost achieved what we have budgeted in terms of revenue, and this is just basically good news considering where we are post-COVID. Is actually, amazing. So if you go to the next slide. So this is our annual gross liquor sales, and do keep in mind those are ginormous numbers, but it also it adds the wholesale gross liquor sales and the retail, so there is somewhat of a double reporting, but we don't try to back out and come out with a net number. But we've actually had remarkably stable GLS levels over the years. There was anticipated little dips in FY20 and FY21 due to COVID, with a bounce back at FY22, the next year to pre-COVID levels. And similarly, much to my surprise, because I am kind of more of a Debbie Downer kind of personality, we have been blessed with a remarkably stable licensee population. So we hit a high recently in FY20 of 1,515 licensees. And currently, as of February 15, we're back up to 1,463. And so that is all really good news. It's a testament to the resiliency of the hospitality industry and our licensees. And that concludes my slides, and I'll be happy to try to answer your questions.
Thank you, Acting Administrator Harai. First up for our line of questioning, we have Vice Chair Kia Aina, Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Tolba. And
Thank you so much for your presentation, Deputy Administrator. I have to say that combined with the earlier presentation by the Deputy Managing Director, I just feel that the future for the Liquor Commission, even despite some of the positions that need to be filled, can only go up. And it's, of course, due to your experience and helping to shepherd the Liquor Commission through these trying times. I just want to clarify for in the acting role, so the top 3, I feel that a lot of what you're trying to achieve can be achieved even before these positions are filled. So the administrator I can see, and then we have an acting ASO, and I'm assuming you guys are going through the process to secure a permanent ASO. Can I ask about the lead investigator? So those are the top 3 positions, correct? It would be administrator, ASO, and lead investigator, correct?
Right, and typically it is the administrator's privilege and right to select the left and right hand. I mean, I'm still there.
Okay.
The poster child for the number 2 position, as I've previously. But I mean, we would typically wait for the administrator to make his own selections for those very key roles because the top 4 positions work so closely together.
Okay, but do we have, you said we have an acting ASO, do we have an acting lead investigator?
No, we do not. So I am sort of covering that position temporarily for the time being.
Okay, but could you have an acting lead investigator?
We have I believe we got approval to fill on contract. We have not done so yet, mainly, I guess, because we've been busy addressing other things. That is, if the right candidate came along,
Okay, if you could help get the word out, because I think that we don't need to wait for the permanent administrator to be on board to at least have someone in that key role, because you need to have, I mean, I feel that you're basically, fill the role of the administrator, so you have an acting SAO. So I just would like to see an acting lead investigator. Good news on your revenue, 6.59 million, and your proposed operating budget is 4.74 million. I'm just wondering, a lot of times it comes down to salaries, and I know that we have the collective bargaining costs factored in. Do you believe that your investigators are adequately paid? I mean, because you seem to have a surplus in your budget.
I'm sure we've had this discussion with various administrators at the commission, with our neighbor island peers. We seem to be sort of stuck in these certain salary levels because of civil service and collective bargaining agreement. I'm not sure. There have been various experiments done with respect to
it and support the investigators as much as you can, because that might also help you in recruiting. And if you heard the prosecuting attorney's office yesterday, they compared all of the other counties. So I don't know how much they're getting in the other counties or in the continent, but it's just something to consider as we are doing what we can to not just strengthen the relationship between the Liquor Commission and the public, but just improve morale and efficiency of the Liquor Commission, right? Because you clearly have the revenue necessary to do a good job, and we want to make sure that you have the resources to do so. And lastly, I don't know who you have to talk to, human resources or the unions, to talk about their a reevaluation of their qualifications. And so I would recommend that you do that. And then lastly, I just want to make sure, with regard to the managing director's office's involvement with regard to an independent avenue for complaints, would you have the necessary funds, right, to make that happen once the report is completed?
Yes, I mean, it would be an unbudgeted expense, because this is something that came up outside of the budgeting thing, but I'm sure we'll get the adequate support. I've already raised the issue about just confirming that, and the only reason why I raised it, I was told by the deputy MD that the idea sort of surfaced from Corporation Counsel, so I have to believe they're aware of that 281-17.5 issue to confirm that that is and the only reason why I raised it is because clearly if the Liquor Commission itself was spending money for a form of self-audit, we would be able to do that. That would be considered part of the operations of the agency. But this is a delegation from the Liquor Commission to the managing director to make that hire and conduct something. And I just want to make sure that that is absolutely okay. I'm confident it is, but I do have to raise it because in decades past, there have been litigation involved with that 281-17, that use of the special fund. And
sure. Well, what I would recommend, if you guys could do that in short order, because if in fact it's not allowable, then we need to consider putting it in the budget, separate from the funds that you used from special funds. That's what I'm talking about.
Thank you. I'm sure, yeah.
We want you to be prepared. So once the report is done, then you have the resources necessary. So can you work with the Corp Counsel and Deputy Managing Director?
Yes.
So as we move our budget forward, we need to consider whether or not to add the funding separate from your special fund revenues. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Tolba, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, and then Councilmember Okimoto. Okay, Councilmember Say?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and nice to see you again, Ms. Hirai. I just had a couple questions. The first one was in regards to why is it static for the revenue detail in regards to fines of 150,000? Is
Well-
it because we don't have the investigators?
Well, I would say, for one thing, I'm always cautious or to emphasize that the Liquor Commission doesn't consider penalty monies or fine money as a source of revenue that we want to exploit. What that means is that our licensee base is being found to be non-compliant. Ideally, in an ideal world, we would have zero penalty or fines, because that means that all licensees are compliant and we're not having to impose a monetary. That's just a number that we select based upon prior year's experience. We do conduct every year the ACE retail compliance decoy checks to ensure that licensees stay on their toes with respect to not selling to minors.
Well, for me, it's just that, like what you shared with us, the increase in number of licensees. And with the increase in licensees, you're going to have violations, no matter what, increased violations. That's why I'm just asking myself, the 150,000, maybe you should put it up as projected that it should be maybe 500,000, and then come back next year and reflect that actual was only 250,000.
I'm not sure that this agency has ever achieved $500,000 in penalties. I would hope not, because that's kind of a reflection on our licensee base, which largely is very easy to regulate. I'm going to say that for the benefit of the license.
Well, finally, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say thank you very much for the weekly report that we do get. You know, selling liquor to underage people at 7-Eleven, etc. Transferring title, etc. But I have just one final thought. If a licensee appeals what has happened as a violation, how long does it take to resolve it?
An appeal of a commission decision?
Of a violation?
Of a violation. What typically would happen is that the licensee, there's always a time lag. There's an adjudication, the commission makes a decision in order is prepared and then put on the agenda for adoption, and then it is served to the licensee. They have 15 days from the date of service to pay. So that's about a 1-month process. So during that time, they have that ability to go back before the commission and ask for a reconsideration of whatever, the finding, the fine amount, come back to request a payment plan for the, so, I mean, typically, a lot of them will take action within that 1 month before the obligation to pay kicks in.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Tulba, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, then Okimoto, then Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. So kind of going off what Councilmember Kiaina was asking. So if I heard you clear, we're not going to be able to hire the top 3 to 2024?
Well, it's not the lack of ability. It is it's a decision to wait on those positions. I mean, we have got someone, TA, covering the ASO. I can cover both the number 1 and the number 3 position, so to speak, because it is very important. I mean, like I said, if Mr. Wright now shows up in terms of that chief investigator position, we could hire someone on contract, which would not lock in the administrator who has not been selected yet into a relationship that not of his choosing.
So let me ask you, what are some of the challenges you think you're facing in hiring or filling the vacancies, especially at the higher levels, and are a lot of people applying?
For like the number 1 position?
Yeah, all 3.
Well, we haven't opened up the recruitment for the ASO or the chief investigator yet.
Okay.
I guess we could get the word out that I feel confident with Akiko being in the acting as the ASO. With respect to the chief investigator, we haven't made it, I guess, broadly known that we would consider hiring someone on contract on a temporary basis, as long as they understood that they didn't have the expectation that they would be kept on permanently because there's no administrator. The initial recruitment for the administrator was, I would say, disappointingly slim, but not surprising if you consider the environment that we're in right now.
Right.
It's not a super attractive job to be pitching right now. I think that with the first recruitment, they kept it, you had to be they wanted to keep it local, state of Hawaii type of thing. This time around, the commission has talked about using a third-party headhunter or a recruitment firm and opening it possibly nationally. Because I know both Maui County and Kauai County, when they were recruiting for their director positions, entertained candidates from the mainland also. So I think they're going to consider that.
And how's the morale right now? Because you guys been in the news a lot in the last couple of months. How's the morale? Are you guys experiencing like high turnovers? Employees happy?
Well, I would say that the Liquor Commission is characterized by a great deal of stoicism, including our investigators. I mean, it would be hard to be, I mean, if people were going around, happy-go-lucky, I would kind of wonder what was the matter. Because, I mean, quite frankly, we're getting a lot of attention in social media and negative media coverage and so on and so forth. The fact that they're stoic and they continue to show up and do their job, I think, is terrific.
Well, I appreciate what you guys doing in the training. So thank you for answering the questions. Appreciate that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Council Chair.
Thank you, Acting Administrator. I appreciate the focus on training. And as we discussed, I know we recently passed Bill 25 here at the Council, which deals with the anti-bias and anti-discrimination policy. So I guess it's more of a question, or it's more of maybe a cryptic comment versus a question. But, I have seen in the media that there are claims being made against the Liquor Commission and its employees. And I want to make clear that from a budgeting standpoint, if we as a city are going to have to resolve these claims, perhaps at some degree of expense later on, this is all of our money. This is all of the taxpayer money. This isn't commission money that goes into that. And so I would hope that your office appreciates that and will work to address these complaints before they rise to this level.
We're trying to.
Thank you.
Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Acting Administrator Hirai. I also wanted to kind of ask about the training initiatives, because I did see that even though it seems like a nominal amount compared to other budgets, this is you have a 141% increase. How many investigators do you have right now that are, I know you went down to each one and you said 10 going to this one, 2 here, 5 there, but how many investigators do you have total right now?
We have in the enforcement section, and I'm not, we have 13 plus 6 in licensing.
Sorry, can you repeat that for me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just give you the vacancy number? I'm sorry, it's 8. I don't have to do it. It's 8 in enforcement and a total of 6 in licensing. One of the 6 in licensing is currently on military leave.
So 8 enforcement, 6 licensing, total 14. And with these trainings, I just kind of wanted to understand, for example, so there's one that's virtually, there's 10 attendees you plan to send to that one. And then the State Liquor Investigators Workshop, where it sounds like they jump from county to county.
Yes, we take turns hosting.
You take turns hosting?
Yeah.
So when you do that one, do you send all of the investigators or just?
We budget for 10, we make it available to all, and not everyone can go or wants to go.
Okay.
I think if we exceeded that amount, what we would do is work with BFS to take unspent funds within that object code and see if we could bump up the attendance.
Can that be done I guess how often, so you're going from is it 3 counties? You rotate. So when it's done here, then all of your investigators can go and attend.
Yes, although when we're hosting, so we know all of our investigators are going to be attending because they're also going to help us put on the workshop. We put that into our budget. So
Okay.
that explains like one of the dramatic dips where because we weren't hosting in a certain year when we thought we were because quite frankly, COVID sort of disrupted the cycle quite significantly. So we budgeted very heavily for attendance because we thought we were hosting and we ended up not hosting that year.
And then the ones that where they fly out of state, that's because that's a large expense to fly those out of state. How often are they doing a rotation of investigators who go out to these, or is it arbitrarily? Who decides who goes? And I'm asking this because even when we travel, we have to come back and fill out a log and specify
Right.
what we did. So I think that, I mean, when you talk about the importance of the trainings, I'm not disagreeing with that, but how do we keep track? How are we accountable? Because like my colleagues have said, there has been a lot of media lately on the commission and the members of the commission. So I'm trying to just kind of reinstill trust in the communities again. So if we're saying we're going to give the commission money for investigators to go and travel, how do we know that these trainings are what's happening, if they're effective, and if we're using the taxpayer dollars in an efficient manner?
Well, as a general matter, because this happens to me when I travel myself, is that when we return, we are required, BFS requires us to file a travel report with our expenses. So that is one layer of ensuring that there's a takeaway that comes back here. With respect to the others, we would typically be sending probably the section supervisors and shift supervisors, and they are with the expectation, and they all actually do understand that now because I had some help selecting some of these the courses that they would come back and conduct that training, train the trainer type of thing. And this is large. We've not done this before, so this would largely be, I don't want to say it's an experiment, but we've not done it before. So we need to establish that baseline in terms of effectiveness.
So you've not done these trainings out of state before? Is that, you've not attended these conferences?
Pardon me?
You've not attended these out of state conferences before, is that?
I have not, because of the subject matter. I mean, I have not gone to the internal investigation or calm the fire, mainly because I am not an investigator. So I go to different types of conferences which are contained in the budget and have been.
And just last question. So with we talked about the big vacancy of the chief officer. Again, when I think about trainings, it seems like there's that puka right there where this person carries a pivotal role, a vital role. So any type of training, I think it would be important when you send these investigators out, if we don't have that person kind of leading the commission or your department right now, I'm just worried that is it going to be in vain? What comes back? How do we follow up with whatever they're learning if we don't have a head right now? I'm guessing you're assuming the role of multiple hats right now,
right?
Which I think, thank you, but I could see how that would be taxing on you. And when you're spread too thin, you might not get everything done that's necessary.
If you look at our field services, then the chief investigator is at the top of the pyramid of the field services. So there's one branch which is licensing and one branch is enforcement. So there are two sections. There's a licensing supervisor and enforcement supervisor. So the gap between or the perceived gap with there being no chief investigator may not be as extreme as you think, because certainly first candidates for attending the training and train the trainer and bringing takeaways back to staff would be those two section supervisors.
And those are the ones that are not vacant right now. These
Right,
ones are
they're not
filled.
vacant.
So the lead investigator that you said is
So our licensing supervisor and our enforcement supervisor.
okay. I want to make sure that when they come back from these trainings that are, you're with the increase of the expense, that we're making sure that whatever we bring back to our county here and to the
Certainly.
commission, there's some kind of follow-up and accountability, and the trainings will be worthwhile. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you. Still morning. Good morning. So I like the training. I think it's a great idea, and the more training, the better, actually. I do have a question, though, because it's $48,250, and it's virtual. So the people aren't going to be flying to attend this. It's virtual, meaning they're going to sit at their desk at a computer. My point is, I think for the type of training that you're asking them to do, principles for de-escalation, more better do them in person. You know what I mean? Because it's so important, this type of training, that there's something lost when you have to do it virtually. Just a thought. I know you cannot send 10 people for 2 weeks, right? That you just simply can't do that. But just a thought, if they have more of these throughout the year, it might be helpful. So that's more of a comment than a question. My second question, however, is I'm looking at the fines. And it says $306,319. I'm just curious, is that considered high, low, or average?
It's considered high.
Yeah.
Is that because it's the...
I mean, because one of the complaints that, I mean, we're getting complaints about the Liquor Commission that the bars are being hassled by the commission. So the fines may or may not actually reflect that. There may or may not be a correlation, but I think you can draw that correlation, right? If the fines are high, you know. Anyway.
I was reminded that one of the reasons for that aberrant high number is because we were delayed in adjudicating COVID-related violations.
Oh, okay. So that throws out my correlation argument. But you know what I'm saying? If the fines are high, you know, maybe that's something to look into, right? So second thing is, I imagine the investigators will cite the licensee, but who decides what the fine is? Is it statutory, or is it up to the discretion of the commission or the investigator?
Well, there's a statutorily imposed ceiling for any one violation, which was recently, in the last legislative session, raised to $5,000. It used to be $2,000 for decades. It was raised to $5,000. If a licensee is going to be imposed a monetary fine statutorily, they may not also have their license revoked or suspended. So you make a selection. Within that range is also the ability to issue a letter of reprimand, which is still considered a penalty because it goes on the licensee's permanent record, so to speak. So basically, and we've worked on this in conjunction with Corporation Counsel, there's a range of penalties that we have sort of been working with over the years. It's on a schedule. The Corporation Counsel has it. So when they go before the commission and adjudication is completed, they make a recommendation, but the commission is always free. They are always free to exercise their own discretion to issue a letter of reprimand or exceed the monetary penalty that was recommended by the Corp Counsel. We have noticed that the commission, although they're very compliance-minded based upon the amount of time they spend talking to licensees about the importance of accurate time cards and completing their annual employee listings and so on and so forth, things that may be considered just purely technical in nature, have been also, this commission has been very liberal with the letter of reprimand. Just maybe just understanding that there are certain activities that are very harmful to public health and considered bad operations, and other things they make the point, it goes on their record, but they don't get imposed a monetary penalty.
Okay, thank you for that information. Super helpful. I'm curious, so does the investigator issue the citation and make a recommendation to the commission as to how much the fine should be? Or as you said, you have kind of a schedule. Does the investigator just do the citation?
Yes,
and then kind of like a ticket, you have to come before the commission and explain yourself?
Correct. So there's a range of observations that an investigator can make in the field that will just generate a warning being issued, because it's not one of the more serious activities. If a warning is issued, that guarantees that licensee will be visited again to make sure that they are compliant. I'm happy to report that I think this is very successful, because it's very seldom where a licensee that's been issued a warning will, on a follow-up visit, have to get a violation. But anyway, if a violation and notice of violation is issued, then that investigative report and that violation is then forwarded to the adjudication's Corporation Counsel, and they make an independent decision whether or not they're going to charge that and set it for hearing. That's their call. And then if they decide to charge it and set it for hearing, then we just go through the adjudication process. They're the ones that make the recommendation in terms of the penalty, which is usually within a certain level of a certain range, because we're working off of a schedule that we've kind of developed over the years. And then ultimately the commission gets to make the call what type of penalty they wish to impose. If they're going to, sometimes it's a letter of reprimand, but it can be monetary penalty.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, just looking at the revenue that is generated from the Liquor Commission and what your annual expenses are in your budget, it looks like this year there's in excess of $1.5 million. And I'm curious because, I can't remember the exact numbers from the last 2 or 3 years that we've done this, but I do remember there always has been an excess. What happens to that additional $1.5 million?
Well, it'll become part of the fund balance carryover, and then it will enter into the calculate. And I'll try not to just beat this into the ground. The calculation of the annual deductible. When licensees they renew their license and they pay for any additional license fees owed for the just completed fiscal year. Based upon what the annually calculated deductible is, it will reduce the amount of money that we assess the additional license fee. That's because statutorily we cannot exceed 20% of our budget. And we use, the Neighbor Islands do it quite a bit differently, the other three, and that is because one thing, they assess and collect their gross liquor sales, I believe, twice a year.
The amount of money that they have to apply for the
Well, what would happen
license.
is one of our rules of thumb is how we tell when we need to raise license fees is if that deductible goes down to zero, then that means the licensee is basically standing the jerk for the entire amount of the anticipated needs for the upcoming FY, and that means we need to do something. Typically, that means raise license fees, collect more revenue.
Okay, but we don't have to raise license fees because you have an excess of $1.5 million,
Right.
so which is great. I'm just saying that training is such a great thing, especially for this type of work. The other thing I wanted to point out, following up on Councilmember Kia'aina's observations, that these investigators are not paid very well in light of the responsibility that they have. I'm just looking at the pay. Most of them are making about $52,000 a year. right? We want these folks to be above reproach, right? They're probably within this environment, offered free drinks or whatever, and we don't want them to be taking that. We want to say, hey, no. And by the way, the problems that we're having today, or at least the complaints that we're getting, are different from what we've heard in the past.
Right.
So that may or may not be an issue, but fact of the matter is, could we use some of this excess money to pay these investigators more money? I see the chief investigator gets $90,000 and everybody else is $40,000 less.
Yeah.
How do we bump it up to like $80,000 per investigator?
Yeah, an entry-level liquor control investigator comes in at $42,000. In 1 year, when they're automatically reallocated up, it becomes 46. I would welcome suggestions on how to achieve that. It's just, and this is something that's been grappled on by every administrator I've worked for, is how to impact that. And I've also spoken that because our investigators are tied to the investigators on the neighbor island, it would also impact those investigators. I would say the other 3 county liquor commissions would welcome the opportunity to pay their own investigators more. They just maybe are looking to Honolulu to do the work, because there would be some work involved in terms of union, civil service, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think it would be worthwhile looking at that. Just using by analogy DPP, the contractors are saying they're happy to pay more as long as the service is better. Same thing probably with the restaurant industry, that they're probably willing to even pay more licensing fees if they get a higher caliber of investigator. And you really need to pay people more, I believe, just to get a higher caliber. And then again, higher pay, training. Okay, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wire, followed by myself.
Yeah, mahalo, Chair. And I don't have actually too much to ask given the prior questions, but I just wanted to double check. So are we saying our staff does make the same as neighbor islands because of the labor arrangement?
Yes.
Okay.
Because they're all Unit 3, civil service. So
Yeah.
they may be at different steps because of how long a person has been at in his or her position, but basically it's the same range.
Yeah, because I really don't think the workers as a body in the union would object to the salary going up. So I think it's probably, I'm assuming, the counties and the budget process. And I agree with the sentiments that we really do need to be paying our workers their worth because, you want folks that can deliver services to our community, but it's also a lifeline, whether it's our lifeguards or our staff at the Liquor Commission, jobs for our next generation to be able to stay in Hawaii too, right? And you have folks graduating with a degree in criminal justice, spending their time to prepare to serve the community. I think we definitely need to consider paying them more, right? And so just wanted to clarify that, and then just end with saying mahalo for, I can tell that you take the job really seriously, and appreciate you investing in the training following up to make sure it's a whole range of training from conflict management to ensuring that folks are trained to just respect differences, right, and treat everyone with aloha, which I would say most of your staff probably know, right, if they're walking around stoic, because I can empathize with...
I'm sure that's going to come back and bite me.
No. I can empathize with working in a department, not recently, but, just with the nature of how the city's gone, right? Like when there's just a handful of folks that, bring about negative light and break the public trust. And so the fact that you folks are pushing through and committing to improvement, and we have managing director and the administration on board, I really see a lot of potential here. And so I'm grateful for your investment. Yeah.
And on behalf of the staff, I appreciate the support, your willingness to support this effort to there's no one who's going to decline the opportunity to get better. So.
I mean, I think that speaks volumes, right? Because that's where we're at. It's when that criticism at time, but feedback, assessment is taken in, welcomed, and then incorporated and worked on. And so really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Acting Administrator Harai. So my first question is regarding the LCIS. We're on the 6th phase, yeah? How many more phases get? I mean,
2.
How many more phases are there?
There's 2 more phases. So FY26 will be the end.
Okay.
Of the, and this has been, obviously a long, drawn-out process. Part of that is because, one thing, because our licensees are paying for this new system, it's not like they could be billed the whole. We would not want to put in a line item where we paid for the whole thing to be developed all in one FY. That would have been also just from a rollout standpoint. It's taken this long to get the system right and get feedback and, custom belt system.
Yeah, been hearing about it a long time. So do we know the amount that will get us to FY 2026?
I'm not sure that we've advertised it on our website or in our newsletter, but it's been part of our budget since FY17.
Okay, thank you. And I know that, so Chair Waters was talking about, and you mentioned this, the 20% of your Liquor Commission current budget, right? So I also know that if it does exceed that 20%, then by HRS, you have to return or credit it annually to the existing licensees,
Yes.
yeah? So in the budget book for the detailed statement of revenues and surplus, it shows that FY24, the Liquor Commission fund balance is estimated to be $7.66 million. And then there's an estimated, like you showed here, the $4.7 million for the proposed FY24 budget, yeah? Would you be able to explain why there's no indication that any refunds will be made to licensees in FY 2024?
Well, we were able to confirm with Corporation Counsel that the use of a formula in our rule, which, thank God, has spared us having to go in and amend our rules every single year when we make an adjustment. But that the use of the deductible, which reduces the amount of, tax exposure or license fee exposure that a licensee has, functions to be in compliance with that provision.
Okay. Is there an item in the statement of revenues in the budget book, page C16, that reflects that, though?
Where we would actually, we have not made that calculation. When do we make that? Hold on. We do not make, we calculate the deductible June 15th because we wait for the budget to be struck.
Okay, thank you.
Before then, I don't know if we. We start doing the projection calculations in April because by then we'll have completed the initial budget briefing and have a better idea where we stand, and then we'll be further year to date. So it's not an ideal system, but we implemented this use of the formula and the deductible in 2005, and I was around when we did that. We used to have a very traditional looking license fee structure that's at the annual and then a percentage of the additional license fee, how that's calculated to a cap. I will say that we're the only county that imposes a license fee cap on our licensees. On the neighbor islands, they actually have somewhat unlimited exposure because they don't have that cap. Ours are capped at you will not pay more than $10,000, $25,000 in additional license fees, regardless of how much money you make. So.
Okay, thank you. and I know you heard me ask other departments this, but would you be able to tell me how much of the FY24 salaries are attributable to current vacant FTEs that would have been swept into the previous budgets for the provision for vacant positions?
The dollar amount,
Dollar amount.
we should have known this one because you have been asking. We don't have, I mean, we.
You can always get back to us too.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Managing Director's Office also has to get back to us.
Okay, awesome.
Noted. Okay, thank you very
Oh,
much.
thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, we will have our Department of Transportation Services. Thus, we have from the Administration Director, Roger Morton. And for those online who wish to see the departmental communication, it is Departmental Communication 162-2023. 162.
Thank you.
Sorry. As you get up your slides, you can start.
All right. Thank you, Chair Cordero, members of the council. Before I start, I'd just like to recognize we brought our leadership team here today. They look fantastic. They're here in honor of the council. I'd like to introduce my deputy, John Nauchi, our director of rapid transit, Patrick Prusher, our city's traffic engineer, Craig Chung, our traffic technology division head, Tai Fukamitsu, our transportation development chair, Chris Clark, our complete streets administrator, Renee Espial. Looks like I don't have Eileen Mark in here, our chief of public transportation mobility. Also here is Chris Ovid, our ASO, Tony Valdez, my executive assistant, Kelly Psyche, an internal control analyst, and Meredith Soniet, our assistant chief planner. So we're honored to be here to talk about our budget this year. And I'm not going to, although we have a slideshow, I'll go through the slideshow, but I want to summarize it to provide time for good questions. First up for us is our bus and our handy van service. And the big takeaways from that for this year is that we're putting more emphasis into our handy van. We're trying to bring our bus system back to a little bit closer to our pre-COVID level. And we are expanding our bus service with the opening of rail. So those are the takeaways for bus and handy van. For our rail service, we do expect within just a few months now to begin operating our rail system. The fiscal year budget for rail is about $85 million, which includes about $54 million for our contract with our partner Hitachi, and other expenses within the department, and also for other things such as security, third-party contracts for like elevators, things like that, and a very dedicated staff of rail professionals that are designed to keep our contractor honest and making sure that we're operating the type of service that we're paying for. Next slide is just talking a little bit about integrating bus and rail. That is an important part in that we're going to try to do our very, very best to provide tremendous bus service from the end of rail and also good connections to rail, which will involve some new services and some adjustments in our existing service. So we're planning to spend about $5.7 million in new services designed for rail. The next slide is an important one. It shows our overall budget. Our budget is $421.3 million. It is approximately 12% of the city's overall operating budget. That breaks down to 25 million roughly in the department, 311 million for our partners providing fixed route transportation, both the bus and handy van, and 85 million for rail. Next slide shows how the funding is organized by division. Our transportation technology division has a budget of 6.7 million. Transportation engineering, 3.3 million. Transportation performance and development, 6.7 million. Rail has an overall budget of 73 million, and that budget, there are portions of rail that are included in transportation performance and also in my administration section. And transportation mobility, a total of 318 million, of which I said 311 was for our contractor at OTS. Next slide. Some of the budget issues that were identified in our preparation of our budget were a consultant study for analysis at 3 locations where we're going to be doing some lane reconfiguration. 300,000 for our Cohil Avenue bus lane project. 54,000 for roadway safety improvements related to Vision Zero, and 40.7 million related to transportation for that. I spent a little time on that as well. That one of the big changes that we have had success over the last few years is that we've had a tremendous amount of federal COVID money that has been applied to the city, and we've used it to subsidize operation. This year, we are in our current year, we have about 112 million of COVID money. Next year is the end of our COVID money, and we're going to be allocating 65 million, which is the balance that's left toward next year. So for fiscal 25, it'll be a steep cliff to get through fiscal 25 when we finally get there, because we will no longer be able to have the COVID money that we've been so fortunate to have. Next slide shows our funded vacancies. There are 65 of them. And let me explain 2 parts of that. One part is that about half of those funded positions are for rail. When we, this year, what we have done is we have hired contract employees. We were OIC'd from DFM to hire contract employees, and we're in the process of trying to convert the staff of contract employees that we have into civil service employees. And that's kind of reflected in the vacancies. We haven't just gone through with those conversions yet in total. What kind of positions are those? Those are like storekeepers, those are like groundskeepers, those are like maintainers and station maintainers and those types of things. In our other sections, we have about 30 or so positions that are funded but not filled at this point. I think we probably have about 10 or 11 or 12 that are in the process of being filled, which leaves us a net after that of probably something in the 25 position range. The next slide shows our revenues for our estimated revenues. These are conservative projections. In other words, lower, but they are made intentionally to be conservative. The following one is our fare box recovery ratio, which is required by council. This next year, we are projecting a 14.2% fare box recovery. Some of the exciting programs that we are doing is one of them is our computerized traffic control system. This is a program where we're extending our connected traffic signals to our JTMC. We're also going to be extending our traffic cam systems. We have an ongoing project that we've started this year that will be continuing next year, which is intended to extend our system from roughly Kapolei to Waianae Makaha area. That'll leave just a few sections of the island that are not connected to our central computer. We're also going to be providing, or we're proposing to provide free wireless internet at city beach parks, city district parks, and other city facilities along the corridor. And this is something that's exciting for us. We're also proposing to improve our bicycle system. We have 6.9. Well, in this one we have 6.9 million in to improve our traffic controllers. And on that one, I would like to mention that we've actually kicked off, or we're in the process of doing that in cooperation with the state of Hawaii. The state owns about 200 of our traffic intersection controllers. We own about 600 or so. And in terms of replacing them, we're going to be kicking off a cooperative purchasing agreement with state, so one procurement, good for 5 years, that will allow us to replace all the controllers on the island with up-to-date, state-of-the-art traffic signal controllers. Very, very exciting program for us. We're also programming $8.1 million in other traffic improvements and traffic engineering projects. Bus and handy van, we have an aggressive program to try to get our bus fleet, which is on the older side, a little bit lower, but mostly this is going to be reflected in our conversion of our bus out of our public transit system to an electrified system. Other proposed projects. I mentioned our computerized traffic, our modernization program for traffic controllers, traffic engineering devices, traffic improvements, traffic signals at various locations, and bikeway improvements. We also have a lot of money put into intermodal connectivity improvements, Waipio Point access road improvement, bus and handy van, bus stop improvements, and all told, our CIP request is about $150 million, up from about $87 million this year. And bulk of that increase is our federally funded programs. We've been very successful in attracting and gaining both formula and discretionary federal funding grants, and that's enabled us to expand our program. Other programs that we have that are in the DDC's budget, but are as our client, as we are their client, that they are responsible for our electrification. Our electrification has to go hand in hand with our bus procurement. We're lucky that we have a great relationship with them. We have other facility improvements in some of our aging facilities at both Kalihi Palama and at Pearl City. We also put money into our budget to try to do some improvements to our municipal parking structures. And we are beginning a program this year on a replacement or a home for our traffic signal maintenance folks. They're now in an aging facility at 645 Middle Street, and we'll be taking that down. I've shown here the CIP budget items. There's some motor vehicles for rail. There are some passenger vehicles for rail, and a minivan that we're trying to acquire for our mobility division. That's in our slideshow, but I would like to cover just a few other of our initiatives. Just to give you an idea of our highlights, obviously rail is going to be the biggest issue for us in the coming budget year. In bus rail integration, our Holo card, we have a federal grant to allow us to extend that to our neighbor islands and to add functionality to it. Our transit priorities, we are proposing to try to provide additional transit priority for our transit systems to make the system more convenient and more attractive to customers. Protected bike lanes, we have our North King Street bike lane project that started already, and we have hopes that we are doing that we'll be able to increase and put a priority into improving our bike paths and our bike lanes throughout the island. We did have a federal grant to plan out a South Shore connected bike path, which would extend all the way from Nanakuli to UH Manoa. much of that path already exists. It needs to be rehabilitated. Much of that path is in state right of way, and we hope to get the state as a partner. State has committed to us that they will partner with us, and our intention will be to do some planning first and then to seek discretionary funding from both city and state so that we can do it. After South Shore, then there's other parts of the island that we would love to be able to get to, the Kai'iwi Coast, the Windward side, the North Shore, other places like that that we could get to. We're going to do this one link at a time. Right now, we have a fabulous program going on Goodell Avenue in Wailua. We just applied for federal funding to complete the Haleiwa Beach Road. Appreciate the support of the council members on that. And the way I envision it is one link at a time. We're not going to do everything in 1 year, but to have a vision of what our island could look like and then do it over a longer term period. Shared mobility, well, we're going to do what we can with shared mobility. It's a brave new world with electric scooters and electric e-bikes and other things like that. And we have a lot of big-time people that would like us to get more involved in that. I'd like to make it safe and legal for our resident community that buy these devices. I think we need a few safety improvements, and for our keiki, I just see too many of them riding these things without a helmet, and sometimes when they're just too young to ride them. Complete Streets program, we have complete streets in many places around the island, certainly Alawai, Ki'amoku, what else? So we have a few other complete streets. I know we've talked to council members about those. We want to improve our pedestrian infrastructure. That means that for the first time in several generations, we propose to actually go back in the neighborhoods and put in walkways and sidewalks where they are missing. It's kind of been a fiction that some of our communities, particularly our equity communities, are going to have a special assessment district to do that. That's kind of a fiction, but we want to use newly available federal money to go in, and we have a pedestrian master plan that we're trying to prioritize, and that'll be an exciting program for us. The Joint Traffic Management System is a big project of ours. For those of you that have not been to the JTMC, I know there's several council members that have not. We will be accepting people now that the COVID issues are over. We are expanding our traffic cams, as I said, out to the leeward side. We are upgrading our controllers, and pretty much that's the highlights for our budget. We are a large department in terms of budget, both in terms of CIP and in terms of operating budget. And I'm happy to answer questions that council may have.
Okay, first up, thank you, Director. First up, we have Councilmember Tulba. And yes, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director. Great presentation. I get a couple questions before I talk money. First question is, how will DTS keep passengers safe on board rail and the rail stations?
That's a great question. I think trying to keep the perception of safety and the actual safety important is really important if we're going to have a successful system. So we have a three-tiered approach to security. Tier one is with our partner Hitachi. They have basically ambassadors or roving ambassadors that will be in stations and riding trains, and their function basically is customer service. Level two for us is contract security that DTS has in the budget, that we will employ contracted security officers to be in the park and ride lots, be in the stations, be on the trains, and also to be monitoring a very, very sophisticated surveillance system at our transit operating center. This is a state-of-the-art system. Other agencies, from airports to other transit systems, have actually come to look at it because it is such an awesome system. It's got AI built right into it. And then the third leg of our security system is our partners at HPD. When there is an incident, HPD is tasked with responding to the incident, and there has been cross-agency training between all the first responder agencies and our DTS and our partners at Hitachi. So those are roughly, in a nutshell, how we do it. But I can't emphasize how important that is to us, is to keep the system one that is safe and one that's perceived safe, so that our residents are happy to ride it without fear.
Okay. You said you guys are gonna spend about $5 million. So what other CIP projects is DTS working on around the 9 rail stations and in other places that help people get to and from transit other than the cars?
Well, we do have, we've been putting in intermodal access to our rail stations. And frankly, we're doing them in multiple places. We're doing them, we're completing a project right now at West Oahu and East Kapolei Station, a multi-purpose path. I think it's 14 feet wide. We have projects at Waipahu Transit Center. We have projects at Pearl Highlands. We have projects at Stadium. And we're actually starting this month, we're starting a construction project at Kekaliki that will ultimately be a front door to our Chinatown station. That will be the block. Right now, we're starting on the block between Hotel Street and King Street. And it's a total makeover for Kekaliki Mall. It's going to include improved drainage, just a lot of architectural features, new tiles, new lighting, a new dragon. It's going to be a great project, and we're going to do that starting this month, and hopefully have it completed by October. We will have some disruption to the market a little bit. We're going to try to minimize it as much as possible by breaking the project into 5 stages, and we're going to try to get it done as quickly as possible. But we're putting a lot of emphasis on people being able to get to stations by walking, by biking, by shared mobility, and by bus.
Yeah, no, I live out in Neva, and a lot of my constituents are already talking about, rail might be a cool thing, but I don't know, if I want to be able to park my car, get on rail, or get on a bus, get on rail, and get off the bus, and then ride another bus.
We do have, I think we have 4 park and ride stations in the plan right now. We have park and ride at West Oahu, at Ho'opili. We have park and ride at Stadium. And what? Where's the 4th park and ride? Anyway, we obviously we do need to figure out what we're going to do at Pearl Highlands. That's the key to where our deficiencies are now. And I know that both HART and DTS share that desire to do something at Ho'opili, where we have deferred the construction of the garage there. But I think in this interim operation, and really interim will be until 2031, so that's 8 more years, that we will have time. I think we'll have adequate park and ride facilities now, and time to figure out how we can do it when the real demand comes, is when we bring the system into downtown and into Kaka'ako.
Awesome. Okay, Director, in the line item breakdown on page 496, in salaries for the rail, there's a line time of 15 million 704 for recruit and retention incentive. Can you explain how and when you plan to use the funds?
Those are 115,000, I think, right?
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry, 115,000, sorry.
In putting this plan together, we did recruit a number of transit rail professionals from many parts of the continent, from the East Coast, from the West Coast, from the South, from Canada, from all over. And these were people that had pretty high salaries on the mainland, and working with DHR, we were able to recruit and use a recruitment allowance which is rare, but is in the process, that is something that can be done for extraordinary circumstances like this, or the medical examiner, or other positions like that. So we have about 8 people in that category.
Okay. In line item, sorry, Chair, is that okay? Okay. In line item, the line item breakdown on page 497 in the current expenses for rail, there's consultant fees for $1,480,000, and other contractual services for $1,128,000. Can you explain what these funds will be used for?
Well, in running rail, there are a number of safety issues that involved. One of them is, as you know, we at DTS we did hire a structural bridge inspector. From that, we did find deficiencies in the hammerheads. We also had, with our staff, and in cooperation with Hart staff, we determined that there were some rail deficiencies. And so the consultants that we have, in some times they are really compliance consultants that are there to monitor compliance with our safety plan. You know, when you look at what's gone on in the country with railways over the last 2 weeks, it just can't emphasize how awesome this responsibility is for providing safe. And I'm going to ask Patrick if do you have any other comments on that, Patrick? Patrick Crusher is our Director of Rail Transit.
And Patrick, can you introduce yourself for the record? Thank you.
Sure.
Aloha, Patrick Preusser, Director of Rapid Transit for DTS. And apologies, I did catch the first number that you mentioned, which was the
1480 920.
So that's in particular, there's 2 contracts that we have. As Director Morton mentioned earlier, one of those is bridge inspection services. So we have the guideway programmed in various sections, and each year that contractor inspects, those sections. The other contract associated with that has to do with rail O&M support. We are a pretty lean team, so at times, if we need any kind of external support, whether operations, maintenance, safety, technical, subject matter experts, we can reach into that contract and get that additional support. The other line item that you mentioned was the dollar amount?
Yeah. I think $1,128,000.
Yeah, so 3009.
497.
Yeah, so that there in particular is going to be for our vertical transportation services. There's a current contractor by the name of Schindler, and they provide all of the O&M services for our escalators and our elevators at stations. And then there's also a small amount that has to do with fire alarm systems that need to be certified, on an ongoing basis.
Okay. In line item on page 498, in the current expense for rail, there's other services not classified for $52 million. What is that for?
That's the Hitachi contract.
Okay. And is there a fare schedule for rail? And if not, is there one in the works?
The intention is to have an integrated system where bus and rail fares are the same. Rail, in that sense, would just be another bus route.
Okay. And my last question is, in your revenue summaries, I think page C79, then I see the summary included for rail. Does your department have a revenue summary for rail?
It's actually a fairly complicated issue because we do have an integrated fare system, and so if one of your constituents took the bus to get to rail, they transferred to rail, they got off the rail at Stadium and got on an express bus, that's all one fare, and so we will allocate the fare revenue based on a reasonable method, miles or taps or rides. But at the end of the day, the increase in revenue is a combination of that whole multimodal system of bus and rail. So it is it's hard to break it out as an individual item.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you for letting me ask those questions. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, again, for your hard work. Could you just go over quickly the update or what you're saying about the multi-use path up on North Shore?
Sure.
In terms of timeline too, if you have.
Well, we have, right under construction right now. Well, already we have Wailua. We've already constructed that. Right now, we are under construction on Goodell Avenue. It's just off of Goodell, and the method of construction is off-road, but we're building a concrete curb and then putting in an asphalt pathway, and that curb will hold the asphalt in place, so it'll be able to be maintained for many years because of the way we're building it. We did apply for a congressionally directed spending request through Senator Schatz's office for this year's program, and we're asking for about $6 or $7 million. I forget the exact. I think it's $6.5 million, so that we can continue that same process along Haleiwa Road. All the way to Ali'i Park and right to Kamehameha Highway. My vision would really be, on the North Shore and other parts of the island, there's a tremendous impact from our visitors that that clog the highway, particularly on our two-lane highway, Kamehameha Highway on the North Shore. And that's just for the residents that I speak to, that's one of the number one concerns in the area is just the traffic congestion. So, looking at methods of going forward is how we could solve that kind of an issue. I don't see building a 4-lane road as an option. It just would be too destructive and just not possible. But what I do think that we could do over years is develop a multimodal strategy on the North Shore that might include some interceptor parking lots where our visitors could park before they got on the highway, a good network of bike paths, maybe with rental and e-bike paths, and a good privately operated shuttle system with good hop-on, hop-off transit, and maybe capped with some type of restricted parking area that would allow North Shore residents to park, but to limit parking to people that were not residents of the North Shore. And in that way, we would treat it more like a national park, like Yosemite or a park like that, where that's the kind of treatment that they are providing in those areas just because of the same issues of tremendous interest by visitors to go to places like that, and just roadways and just it takes away a lot from the community when all of that traffic congestion occurs. So that's my vision. I would love to, I'm happy to come out to your neighborhood and talk it up. It's not something that we're going to do overnight, but it's kind of we need to figure out something that where we do have impacts from visitors, whether it be on the North Shore or whether it be in Lanikai or whether it be along the Kaiwi coast or at some of our trailheads. I hear these concerns from council all the time. It's I don't have all the solutions, but I think that if we're going to have a sustainable visitor industry, these are the kind of, we need to address these issues head on.
No, that's a great vision. Yeah. And I think, what Chair mentioned earlier, DIT, working with parks to have a better permitting system for commercial activity ties into how we get less traffic, on the roads and at our, natural resources. And I think it's a collaborative process, right? So totally agree. The more we can get cars off the roads, but still have folks to go, use our local businesses up there, use our, facilities and stuff would be great. So timeline-wise, it sounds like the Haleiwa Road portion, and I'm not trying to pressurize, people might ask. It's a couple years.
Well, my hope is, and my objective is to do these largely with federal funds. And so projects will be dependent upon, successful receipt of federal funds, and that's not a guaranteed item. But I think if we have a coordinated approach to asking for these funds, and the more of a consensus we can have with the community that these are good projects, then I believe that funding will be forthcoming.
Okay, you'll
but I don't. Some of these projects are fairly expensive, and I don't see looking at using local resources for some of these projects, other than the local match share that we do have to provide.
Of course. Are you or Deputy Director going to be at the town halls, or someone from your staff at Lee? Okay.
I am going to be at, I think John and we are going to be at all the town halls. I think, we were sorting out which ones, but I think I'm going to be at one or both of the ones in your district.
Perfect.
Yeah, I think we're both going to be in Laie, and
awesome.
Probably both. I think the other one is in Wailua. Is that where the other one is being held?
Yeah. So, I mean, good update on this. I think DDC will take the pathways questions, right? The Haleiwa walkway.
Well, DTS is actually managing the Goodell one this time, and
or the Haleiwa town. I mean, the walkway project pathway. I call it sidewalks, but then I know they're going to be permeable.
It depends. I mean, if there's drainage issues that are involved, it's more likely that we would look to our DDC partners to do those. We draw the line at putting in concrete culverts and things like that. But if it's permeable pavement or permeable treatments where we don't have to put in extensive drainage, then it'll be either us or DDC.
Okay, so you still are point person then for the Haleiwa sidewalks?
Yes.
Oh, okay. We'll follow up on that, because I thought they had an RFP that they were working on going out. Or was that DTS?
Yeah. Come up here, Renee. Introduce yourself.
Renee Espio, Complete Streets Administrator. Through Haleiwa on Kamehameha Highway, DDC does have that rehab of streets project in final design.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Kamehameha's
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
No, my apologies. I know we're jumping around a little bit. Well, I appreciate that update. Quickly, Chair. And then I wanted to ask a little bit more about the broadband access. So you mentioned wireless along the corridor. Is that specifically, or what area is that, the corridor you're referencing?
Well, right now, we're looking at the section in the leeward coast going from Kapolei to Makaha. Another priority after that would be extending our system from Mililani through, through Wahiwa. And I don't know if I want to commit further than that. But basically, what it is that as we connect our traffic signals, we lay fiber cable. And so our thinking is that's the expensive part, is putting in the cable, trenching and or putting it overhead. And if we are doing that with new projects, then we would leverage that construction and add Wi-Fi in those city facilities. State has a program where they're actually doing Wi-Fi, broadband Wi-Fi to equity neighborhoods to the doorstep. And we're not planning to take our city broadband and make it to the doorstep of that. I know State has some projects in some Hawaiian home areas and some other areas where they've already done it in one area in Kalihi. And they are looking toward doing another project like that in Nanakuli.
Is there any idea of an amount it would take to go to the doorstep?
You say that again?
Is there any general idea of what the cost would be to go to the doorstep?
No, I don't have an idea on that. And, there is a city coordinated broadband, not within DTS, but And that's a great question, because in broadband, they got to have all the players at the table. That includes Spectrum, that includes Hawaiian Telephone, that includes the State University of Hawaii, DTS, OER. Everybody really needs to be at the table. There is a tremendous amount of broadband money in the IIJA, hundreds of billions of dollars. But that primarily, most of that is being channeled through state government.
Okay. Appreciate that. Because, of course, if the city's going to roll out projects or some type of projects, you can probably, maximize funding by not overlapping with the state, and we might be able to get more coverage, right? I mean, I'm not the expert in this area, but.
And I'm not the expert either, but there is a need for coordination.
Yeah. But if we could just plop them on top of all the bus stops, I'd support that, right? So, I don't know, definitely something to talk about. I welcome more information, but appreciate that. Yeah. And,
thank you.
That's all the questions I have, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to Councilmember Okimoto, I do want to announce that we will be recessing after customer services. Okay, Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director Moore. If you could just clarify with me on your slide 5, I just wanted to understand the decrease in the, I guess for the rail, it goes from 95 million to 85 million. That drop of 11 million or almost 12%. Where do those numbers come from?
Most of that drop would be third-party consultants that were used in the current year that are already paid for and are not being extended into the next year.
Okay. Consultants.
We call them consultants, but they are more than consultants. They're really, they are really almost embedded in the way that our folks do business.
So these are salaries.
Salaries, and those will go on for a few years. They were expensed in the current year.
Okay. Thank you. And then I did want to go back to my district with the Pearl Highlands substation. And I know that I understand the reasoning. I just kind of wanted to know, this goes with my next question. Just, I know you have about almost $6 million for the operating budget to expand the bus hours and services. Could you explain to us how you guys will be changing the operation or adjusting the bus operations to align with the rail and its routes? And then if you could give a little update, I know we'll probably ask this to Director Kahikina as well. What's happening with the Pearl Highlands park that was not a substation? Is it a bus station now? Or do we know what's going to happen to it?
All right, I'm going to ask my deputy to come up and take the first question.
Okay.
Aloha Committee and Chair. Councilmember Okimoto, John Nouchi, Deputy Director, DTS. Addressing the first question about how we plan to adapt our bus service around the first 9 stations and the first 10 miles. Considerably in your district, we do have a lot of residential density up on the hillsides and in the valleys, especially up in Pearl City and Newtown and Royal Summit and the little valleys in between. What we are doing is deploying quite a lot of circulator services, and that's along the whole corridor. So that even includes Halava and Aiea Heights, all the way to through Waipahu, all the way into Kapolei. So we are putting in new bus services that actually connect the direct neighborhoods to their neighborhood destinations and ultimately end up at rail. Like I said, all the way from like a Makakilo route that services the core of Kapolei, Kamakanali'i, and then does end up at the 2 stations. And through Waipahu, we're fortifying those services so that we can bring people down to that rail alignment and interface them at the stations like that. We can offer, I think, we can do a deeper dive with you. We can set up something and show you exactly what's going to happen for your constituents. The good part is in the Aiea and Pearl City neighborhoods, they do have some relatively dense and well-used routes that actually travel Pearl City and Aiea and then get on the freeway and go to Honolulu. Realizing that rail is not going past Aloha Stadium at this point, those services are not going to change. So a lot of that, the figure that you quoted, it's additive service that actually just enhances connectivity to rail and some new neighborhoods. For example, we are going up all the way to the end of the city right-of-way of Ka'ahumanu Street. So we're servicing that density up there, the townhouses and the other single-family homes up there that we've never reached up to before.
So a rider, thank you, by the way, so for the explanation. So a passenger who gets on maybe in Kapolei or Eva, or wherever they get into the rail station, let's say they're heading towards my district, and did we confirm that that's going to be a bus substation, or we're not sure yet? The Pearl Highlands, that used to be the parking lot, but now is not a parking lot. Do we know what's happening there?
So for now, we do have a bus transfer point and a transfer transit center type operation scheduled and set up at the Pearl Highlands station. So there will be an exchange there of neighborhood circulators that include connections up to Pacific Palisades, Pearl City Peninsula. We're actually putting in some new service that services uses the new road Ka'akepa Street, so goes through what I think they call the Pearl City Gateway, and circulator services that do pretty much cover Momilani and all the ho'o streets up there.
So someone can cut off of the rail, and then there'll be multiple bus options for them to get past into either the community in Pearl City or neighboring IAL approach. That's what the buses are going to look like when they get off of the rail.
Yeah, so if you think of every rail station along the first 9 stations, I think a majority of them, maybe excepting 2 of them, will have really robust bus connections that once you get off of rail there, you can actually go pretty freely into all the different neighborhoods there. As well as at the end too, I don't want to be remiss in leaving out that we're putting in some very frequent services that match the rail frequency. Just for everybody's information, rail will run every 10 minutes when it is open. So it's a reliable connection to just go upstairs to the rail alignment and you'll know that a train is going to depart every 10 minutes. We have connecting services at both UH West Oahu, Kapolei, and that will take you all the way through Kapolei Parkway, Kamakana, downtown Kapolei, all the way to Kapolei Commons. On the stadium side, it'll take you directly to via freeway. It'll take you to Chinatown, downtown, Kaka'ako, Ala Moana, and UH Manoa.
And the 5.8 million for this additive service, this is what you guys are budgeting or estimating to, is it Aloha Stadium? Is that what you said?
Yes.
So when we go past that, this number will definitely increase when you're expanding the bus routes to align with rail?
Yes, we expect to see a future increase in bus hours. However, once rail gets to some further east in our city, I think we can see a different restructure and actually relying on rail to be that backbone that a lot of our trunk routes do cover right now. So it's more of a shakeup of service, I guess, a revision of service that we'd be looking at. So some services may be replaced in future phases of rail. And we would be kind of looking at that holistically with the neighborhood board and the council.
Okay. But right now you're looking at an almost 5.8 million increase to align with the rail.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I had one more question about the e-buses. I'm not sure if is that with you, Director Morton?
I think I can handle it.
Okay.
Well, let me see what it is first.
Okay, thank you. So for the electric buses, I know that I believe is it 2045 with the state's initiative that we have. The goal is to be energy efficient and not rely on
2040, yeah.
2040.
Yeah, we're holding our feet to the fire there.
You are okay. Good job, I guess. I kind of wanted to understand with if you watch the news, you hear about the rate increases with electricity use. So I wanted to know what the department is doing to address that. Have you guys have projections of what the expenses will look like, the expenditures? And I kind of wanted to know how the maintenance of these e-buses, the duration of their lives compare to diesel buses, because again, I want to know the bottom line for our taxpayers.
Okay, so I'm glad you asked that question because we had a comprehensive debriefing on our KPIs, our key performance indicators, yesterday on electric buses, and they looked at exactly those kind of questions. So
great.
First, let's start with the Hawaiian Electric rate. Hawaiian Electric has given us a pilot rate that allows us to get a very, very efficient rate if we do not charge our buses between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m.
Okay.
And if we don't do that, then our electric energy costs are coming in at about 65% of what a diesel cost would come in at. I was astounded yesterday looking at our utilization of the 17 electric buses. In the month of February, we ran an average bus 180 miles. And we ran an average diesel bus 125 miles. So it's kind of a myth breaker that the electric buses are range constrained. The way that is done is that our folks are taking the buses that goes out, say at 4 in the morning, and it goes out till 11:30 or 12. And then they're charging it for 2 hours when there's lots of solar power being generated. And then they put it back on the road again for the afternoon and for the night, and then they charge it again overnight. Now, for maintenance costs, right now, maintenance costs, again, look to be very, very, less than diesel, with the one caveat that the buses are still under warranty. And so therefore, we don't capture all of the warranty costs that are being done by the manufacturer. But so far, I would say as a general rule that the electric buses have exceeded our expectations. And we've run them, I mean, we've run them now for more than a year, I think. And every month, our folks are getting better at devising strategies that work with electric buses, such as what I just mentioned of charging them in the middle of the day. And the other one that I'd bring to the attention is that the pilot rate that we have with Hawaiian Electric is a 5-year rate that expires this year. And so I might want to come back and, the Public Utilities Commission will need to, will be involved in looking at what the either the permanent or the next increment of e-bus charging rates are. We made a deal with Hawaiian Electric that we would stay away from the times when they have peak power needs, and in return, they would give us an efficient and a lower cost power rate than we would otherwise get.
Thank you. So this 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. agreement that you made with HECO, that's indefinitely?
Again, that's part of a pilot program that expires this year.
And after this year, the plan is to...
After this year, it's unknown at this point as to, what it would be. We would hope that with the knowledge gained by public utilities and by Hawaiian Electric and by us, that we would be able to have a permanent rate implemented along the lines of the pilot, but that would go forward and allow us to continue to incentivize us to invest in electric vehicles.
And then after the maintenance warranty is done, you said right now they're under warranty. So what happens when the warranty is expired?
Well, that's typical for all buses, is that we buy a bus, we usually have a 1-year bumper-to-bumper warranty and 5 years on the engine and other things like that. And so these are new buses, and we have that. After that period is done, we would rely on a combination of mechanics that are direct mechanics in-house, and we'd also be relying on the more sophisticated electric systems. We'd be relying upon our business partners that produce the systems, such as Cummins and companies like that.
But do we have a dollar amount? I think I'm asking, I'm not an auto mechanic, but I know people who like cars, the one thing that I hear often is, oh, they like the old classic vehicles because if it breaks down, they know how to fix it. When you get these cool ones that we use now with everything automated, when something breaks down, it's really expensive to fix and repair. You can't get parts. So I want to understand how this is, again, going to affect our taxpayers when we're investing in vehicles. How do we know how this is going to impact the bottom line in the end if we're not sure even past the 1-year warranty what the maintenance of it, the expenditures are going to be with the electricity rates and so on.
It's very. I think this is such a new technology for everybody around the country that the unknowns are how long are the batteries going to last? Do we have to replace the batteries in midlife, or are they going to be good enough to last for a long time? How well the electronic control systems will work. Are they going to blow up on us and we have to replace them because they're very costly if that's the case? But I can tell you now that these buses are looking to be very affordable in terms of maintenance. Electric engines are inherently less maintenance than internal combustion engines. So it's the other things that go along with that, particularly the batteries and the electronic systems. There are 4 or 5 manufacturers that make these buses. Each one is a little different, but no one has a 15-year history, which is what we would expect these buses to last, would be 15 years. Theoretically, the electric buses should be less maintenance.
And the diesel buses are about how long in lifespan?
So the diesel buses, we generally, the federal government holds us to a standard when we buy buses with federal monies that we have to keep them for 12 years or 500,000 miles. In our experience, we have a very rigorous preventative maintenance program that I think Roger and I are very proud of. We've actually been keeping our buses more along the lines of 20 years and 1 million miles. Now,
that's what I heard, actually. I did hear that.
We're actually super proud of that. I think we have a gold star when you compare us, small island here, against our peers on the continent. I think we do far better. One thing that I did want to point out with that, inherently, the operations of an electric vehicle, when you ride them, and if we haven't taken you on a ride yet, we would be remiss because it is such a different feel. You can have conversations on it, but one of the things that you immediately notice compared to a diesel bus, other than the noise, is the vibration. And so vibration on when you compare an electric vehicle to a diesel vehicle, we know from our experiences with our other transit counterparts on the continent that diesel vibration is part of the debilitating forces that actually take a bus and wreak havoc on its frame over that lifespan. So we also expect the electric buses, excluding the battery at this point, to have better structural integrity and just better comfort over the life of the bus.
That's good to know. I had just maybe 2 more questions. So with these electric buses, because again, what I heard also was that sometimes when you're traveling with them, and it sounds like you have a certain period where you can charge them, and they're charging in between. And it's nice. I was actually wondering how long it took to charge them again. But have there been cases where someone's on a route and that maybe the charge is going to get low and they have to stop route, or is it going to affect the scheduling of the routes and the
We're
buses?
very prescribed, and I think kudos to our partners at OTS for being very thoughtful, and that actually involves a lot of brain power in planning operations, the deployment of it, and the maintenance of it to make sure that we have chargers available while the vehicles are in. One of the things that lines up very nicely about the Hawaiian Electric rate structure that we do have, our buses get deployed kind of matching our peak hours here in the city. So a lot of buses go out in the morning, and then they return back to the yards in the midday, and then they get deployed again in the afternoon PM peak rush hour. So it actually lines up pretty nicely with the sweet spot and when we can charge. So Director Morton alluded to the fact that, again, I think we're very proud that we're running these buses harder than any other agency is in the nation. We're putting miles on it. We're kind of busting that range anxiety. I don't know off the top of my head that we've had a bus that went out fully charged and had to hobble back because it didn't have any range, because we know how long the bus can operate in terms of time and miles. So we're very careful not to deploy the bus in a place where we know it's not going to have enough range.
Okay. And with the, again, I don't know the specs, but an e-bus compared to a diesel bus, what is the weight? What's the effect on the roads? Because in our district, in every district, potholes and roads is a huge issue for our constituents. So I kind of wanted to know how the vehicles, the e-buses, are going to impact the roads as we get them more on the free. Are they lighter? Are they better? It sounds like they're more comfortable. So are they more, I guess, kind to the roads so that we can have our roads last us longer?
So I guess I should probably delve a little bit and not do too deep of a dive here. We have basically 3 types of buses in our fleet, and not even including size. We have the standard diesel buses, and we have diesel-electric hybrids, which actually have batteries plus a diesel engine, and then we have these 100% battery electric buses. And so that's kind of been our evolution.
Are you going to keep the ones that are hybrid, or are we keeping those in the fleet? Eventually, it's just going to be all
we've bought hybrids in the past. We have not bought hybrids in recent times because I think when you look at the value proposition, the incremental cost to go from a straight diesel to a hybrid, and then that incremental cost between a hybrid and an electric, we may as well just take the whole leap right now and go to electric. Now, I would say that the weight of an electric bus is greater than a diesel bus of the same size, but it is probably comparable or less than a diesel-electric hybrid, which stacks a regular-sized diesel engine with all the batteries. So,
but the heavier buses would impact the roads then more.
It really depends on the size of the bus too, because we have buses that are 30 feet or less than 30 feet. We have handy vans. We have articulated buses that are diesel hybrids, and I think those are probably the heaviest that we have on the road. Okay. So we have a whole fleet and a variety of things. So we can maybe address that.
Okay.
In terms of impact to the road, I mean, we can take a look at the weight on axle. That's how we look at it with DDC and our state partners in terms of bridges.
Okay, thank you. I will be interested to see how, again, as we transition to all the e-buses, what happens with the rates and maintenance, and how that's going to affect our taxpayer dollars in the future. I know that we don't have the numbers now, but I would be interested if we could. I'll probably be following up with you on that.
We have a number that we're super excited about, and
okay.
if I can take the privilege of sharing that with the council. Relating to a comparison between diesel and electric, and again, we had a very enlightening look at our key performance indicators. We were always confronted with people who are against the fleet electrification, saying that, what does it matter whether you're taking the electricity or the diesel, because you're burning diesel at the power plants? And it's a hard question to answer, but we have an answer for that now. So supposing I have 1 gallon of diesel here in this hand, same gallon of diesel in this hand, I put this straight into a bus, and we tend to get about 4 or 5 miles per gallon. If we take the same gallon of diesel, use it to create electricity at the power plant, and then put that electricity into the bus, we get about 4 to 5 times the miles equivalent just from that same gallon of diesel. So it's proven out that using our diesel supply actually applies in way greater efficiency in our electric buses.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Deputy Director.
Thank you for indulging me. We were just really excited about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, don't go away. I'm still here. Okay, so.
Chair, can I make a correction in my earlier?
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
And the question about the increase in the cost of from one year to the other, a major factor on that was a re-estimation of the cost of electricity for rail, that we reduced our estimate in the current budget after getting some real world information over what we did. So that accounted for about 6 million of that reduction in cost.
Okay, thank you, Director. Okay, save the best for last, me. Okay, so first up, I'm being asked, are the meters still free?
The meters are still free. We have put in a app and we put a little QR code on all the meters, and many people are using the app, so we're not losing all the revenue. But HPD is not enforcing meters. We have opened bids on replacement meters about a week and a half ago, and I will be as quickly as possible. We will be finalizing that procurement, awarding the contract, notice to proceed, and trying to get our meters upgraded as soon as possible.
Okay, thank you. And I've also received questions from neighbors regarding the smaller vehicles in mobility. Will that include those that serve people who ride the handy vans, but they'll go into the smaller minivans?
Okay, so we are, we have our typical size handy van accommodates about 5 wheelchair positions. Mm-hmm. We are in the process of we're buying 48 more of those right now, of those larger handy vans, but we're also looking at having a procurement for about 20 to 22 smaller vehicles that would accommodate 2 wheelchair positions, not 5. And we don't usually need 5 wheelchair positions unless we are going to one of the waiver program, adult daycare type programs where a number of people go to a program and where we pick up 5 or 6 people, maybe a majority of them maybe use a wheelchair. But all handy van service doesn't need that. Once you get past that, and you guys know by looking at the occupancy when you look in a handy van, you seldom see more than 3 or 4 people. But in that period, 6:30 to 8, we can really fill up the large handy vans, and in the period from 2 to 3:30 to 4, we can really fill them up as we take people home. But we need a large number of handy vans to do that, but they don't all have to be large.
Okay. Oh, okay, so different sizes of handy vans. Yeah. Okay, got it. Okay, going to your to object code 3004, which is consultant services for electronic revenues, collection operations, and maintenance services. Would you be able to explain this? Is this a yearly contract?
Yes, it is. It is a yearly contract with Ulu High Tech that has a 5-year contract.
Ulu High Tech?
Ulu High Tech is the company that has that contract. And they provide, among other things, they provide call center service. They have a call center. They provide advanced knowledge of how, when we change a system, they have some. They have expertise in that area. They provide customer service. They provide things like that, and the city does that through a third-party contractor rather than doing it internally.
Okay, thank you. My question is relating to the traffic signals and poles. I know that Ty must have been super busy regarding with the weather changes and everything. So was the past budget, this most recent fiscal year, able to support fixing those light poles or traffic signals that fell?
That was an unusual fall. It was, the number of things came together. There was apparently corrosion between the mounting plate, which is welded onto the pole, and that's where the fault occurred. Our staff is aware. After that incident, we previously had an inspection schedule looking for corrosion of that type, and we wanted to cut every traffic signal once a year. Ty has modified or is in the process of modifying that so that the older poles will go to a 6-month schedule of that. Additionally, you'll notice that both the city and the state are retrofitting some traffic signals with much larger poles And that's to reflect a new standard for the country that every approaching lane should have a traffic signal. In the past, we might have 2 traffic signals on a pole and some traffic signals on the side poles. But now you'll notice the trend is that we just string over, 4, 5, 6 traffic signals on a pole, and that's a federal compliance thing for new construction. The issues there are wind load, and there's a number of things that it can be done, but I don't know, Ty, did I get most of it? You want to add anything? Let me ask Ty Fukumitsu to come up, who is one of our city's real unsung heroes. Everybody knows Ty.
Good afternoon, Tai Fukumitsu, Department of Transportation Services, Chief Transportation Technology Division. To answer your question about the traffic signal replacement in our projects, there is a line item, traffic signals at various locations. That's a generic line item that we use to install new signals, to modify signals, adding left turn, and also upgrading our signals. When we find that a signal needs to be upgraded, and that's more than what our maintenance can do, it's too big of a project, it gets placed on that line item to upgrade the signals, which includes replacing traffic signal mast arms. Unfortunately, it's going to be one of those huge mast arms.
Thank you. And going back to, so this is for Director Morton, how much of your appropriated FY24 salaries amount is attributable to current vacant FTEs that would have been in previous budgets swept into the provision for vacant positions? Oh,
If there was a sweep this year, it would be 4.2 million.
4.2 million. Okay, thank you.
However, we hope that you won't sweep it.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, with that, thank you, Director Morton. We will now move to Department of Enterprise Services. And also announcement, of course, like I mentioned earlier, we will be recessing after Department of Customer Services, after CSD. Okay, and we have Director Papila. Huh?
Chair, so after we break, we're only going to have two speakers after lunch. Is that the plan? Or
No, we have 3.
I'm sorry? So are we breaking after Hart?
No, wait, no. Okay,
Yeah.
we're just breaking after CSD. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Director Papillo.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, and all the council members. Jerry Papillo, I'm the Director of Enterprise Services. Here with me today, and I do want to take just a brief moment, recognize Deputy Tracy Kubota. We have sort of 4 distinct units from our administration. We have concessions, Christopher Ching, our ASO, Denise Peterson. Our auditoriums, 33 years, Mary Lewis has done an amazing job along with Liz Ishihara. Sean Enos, who supports all of the buildings and making sure that they're up and moving on a daily basis. He's been 3 years. Jordan Abe, golf courses for 14 years. Linda Santos, who was also a previous manager of the year for the city and county of Honolulu. She's been with the zoo for 37 years. So it's great to have these folks to work with on a daily basis because they really do know what's going on in all of our divisions. So, I just want to sort of set the table. DES, Department of Enterprise Services, we're here to entertain, recreate, enjoy, be excited, have some fun. That's what a lot of people really contribute to the quality of life of the residents of City and County of Honolulu. That talented, passionate team on a day in and day out basis and all of the supporting staff who really make it happen. Just to sort of dive in, a little bit about 23, we're off to a very decent start. We run businesses. We're here to try and bring in revenue for the city and watch our expenses, and that's important. 23 is off to a very decent start. As we head into 24, just setting the table for the presentation here, we do have some construction that's going into the Blaisdell, so that's going to be a little bit of an interruption. We have more competition as more businesses have opened up throughout the islands. We're going to combat that with a little bit of marketing and efforts, and then really just overall, like everybody else, controlling some of the macro inflation efforts. When we framed our budget, we really looked at, what is our strategic operating plan? What are the budget drivers? So the key three items that we identified that sort of play across all of our divisions that I mentioned earlier: safety and modernization, revenue maximization, and then also just being a very smart and prudent operator as far as climate change and conservation. Next slide, please. So next year, as we head in to 24, as I mentioned, the auditoriums is going to be going under construction. So we're going to look at a 312,000 attendance for auditoriums. That's down 188,000, or 37% decrease. When we do that, we don't operate in a vacuum. We're going to do, I should mention, it's really some much needed revitalization. To set the table for that, in years past, they actually talked about a complete redevelopment. And so that complete redevelopment's not happening. And in some regards, it was a smart move. While they were considering redevelopment, they deferred a lot of things. And yet, once that redevelopment didn't happen, we're in a role where we have to make sure that we get in there and keep everything up to high-level operating standards. So it's a much-needed revitalization. Look, we're going to do all we can from an operational standpoint to accommodate events at the Waikiki Shell, the Pikaki Room, meeting rooms, the X Hall. As we look at that, or wherever is applicable, the concert hall is actually going to be down for 12 months. So that's probably, we'll feel it there. As you know, we just came off of some great Broadway runs. We have one more before we go into closure. So we'll feel that there. The X Hall is only going to be down for a couple of months. The arena is probably around 4 to 5 months. And then the Hawaii Suites, 9.5 months. Next up is golf. We're looking at an increase of 13.5 rounds, and that's primarily due to the customer mix. So we have a lot of seniors that are interested in opting to purchase the monthly card, which is a great value. It gives them a good price point. And then also, last year we had an online reservation system that we activated called 4UP, and that's really helped us maximize rounds of play. And then Jordan and his team have done a really good job of reaching out to the tournaments that we used to have in the past and getting them to come back now that everything is fully opened. And then lastly, our zoo. The zoo anticipates an attendance increase of 4.3%. We're going to put a little bit of marketing fire behind some of our efforts to get the good word out about the zoo. We hope that there's a continued return of the Japan market, which is a large supporter of zoo admissions. And then also, this is just really following some other attractions and what I know from the industry marketplace. Next slide, please. Thank you. I do want to mention that our 23 estimated is actually a very strong finish, and to put some of that into maybe a historical perspective. So we're looking to finish year 23 at $24.7 million. Pre-pandemic, fiscal year 2020 was $19.8 million. So we've definitely seen a couple of recent years of a good solid trend, and unfortunately, a piece of that is being removed in the auditoriums, but it's a necessary evil to get back on our feet for the long term in the auditoriums area. Again, I'll just give you a little bit more of a historical. 19.8 in 2020. Pandemic hits in 21, we dropped to 14 million. 2022 came back at a 22.3, and in 2023, 24.75. So the 22.9 million is not a bad number at all. It's actually 14% over the 2020 pre-pandemic numbers, and that's with a piece of us hobbling a little bit in the auditoriums. Again, glad we can get in there to the auditoriums and do the necessary work. We'll do all we can, as I mentioned, to push those events to Shell, Pikaki, and meeting rooms. Concessions has done a nice steady climb. We're looking for another increase out of concessions and Chris and all of his work that he does. It's just ongoing recovery and activation of our key venues that we concession out, Cocoa Crater Stables, also a tourism-centric Waikiki, handful of the pavilions down there. We really tried to do all we can to keep those activated. Golf course division, 11.9 million. It's a slight decrease of 2.6%. And as I alluded to earlier, part of that is the mix of guests that will be coming, but we're really happy for our seniors. To give you an example, a visitor round of golf is about 2.5 times the price for a regular Kama'aina to come and play on the courses. So while there's a shift in our revenues, we just really want to make sure that coming off of 3 years of green fee increases, that we keep the seniors happy, and part of that is this monthly card that they've been opting into very aggressively. Lastly, for our revenue side of the equation, we have our Honolulu Zoo. We're looking at a 3.8% revenue increase there. It's due to a slight fee increase that we're proposing. As I said, we're going to be actively marketing the zoo in addition to the great PR work that our comms team and Tracy and Linda do. So that's really the main drivers of our revenue. Next slide, please. So on an operating budget expenditure, as I started off, we're really in the business to try and drive as much revenues and control our costs. This next year, really what we're requesting is a 5.1 million request for the current expenses to cover our 3 special funds that we operate under. There's the special events fund, there's the golf fund, and the zoo fund. In our positions, the full-time permanent position count remains the same. There's a slight reduction with the Blaisdell Center closure during fiscal year 24, and we've adjusted for that in our full-time FTEs. The salary increases, that is just overall, that's part of a collective bargaining contract term, so that's what drove that number there. And as I mentioned, our expenditure priorities, really they include efforts that are addressing those 3 items that I mentioned in the beginning, part of our strategic operating plan. So we have a safety modernization, maximizing our revenues, and then addressing the climate and conservation efforts. The increases that we see in those current expenses are driven by, utilities. Utilities are going up, our electricity is going up, our water's going up, our sewer's going up, and then fuel increases that actually, in one example would be at our golf courses, a lot of the equipment and others. So as we framed that reality of these, sort of macro inflation and what's happening in the industry, attractions industry trends, we're increasing for improvements, maintenance, and equipment that'll address the health and safety issues at the zoo and 6 municipal golf courses. I do have a further breakdown, but in lieu of time, I'll keep moving into. And then overall, the equipment, last year we had a funding last year that was really fell under mostly our CIP. And then this year it's some of the equipment is centric to operations, and that's what's driving that number. Golf equipment to help playing conditions, the Blaisdell sound and lighting, another Blaisdell would be trash compactor, and then also zoo is replacing a 19-year portable x-ray machine. Those are some of the examples that drove those equipment purchases. Next one, please. Thank you. So we've definitely made some progress from February 1st, and that was sort of a starting number. In the last, say, 5 weeks, we've definitely put a dent in that 45. We've filled 14 of those positions. So we're in the process of filling another 21 that are actually in the pipeline at different stages. And whether it's a BF 129 or waiting lists, interviews, et cetera. And we're looking to fill the final 10 will be filled in fiscal year 24 based on our operational needs. So the budget that we put forth, obviously, as we need that, we'll work hard in fiscal year 24 to fill those. CIP, thank you. Overall, for fiscal year '24, our CIP requests 7 projects totaling just under 9.5 million, 9.495. The subtotals for that would be auditoriums 4.23, golf 1.76, and our zoo 3.5. The details of those projects is shown on this slide here. It's really, Blaisdell's about 4 million, as I alluded to earlier, in our operational, just focusing on health, safety, modernization efforts, deferred maintenance initiatives that happened in the past, overall revitalization and standardization upgrades. You know, just a quick footnote on that. The infrastructure at the Blaisdell and some of these modern acts that come in to play, sometimes they don't always match up. And so we need to make sure that technologically and system-wide that, you know, we make it easy for promoters and others that don't have to incur additional costs to come and perform here in Hawaii. When they do come and they do need additional requirements, it makes Hawaii, which is already an expensive trip to come out and bring some of these nationwide acts, this really will help alleviate some of that. Additional expenses, enterprise facilities, $230,000. That's golf, 1.76. We got a poly golf course parking lot that needs some attention, irrigation and pump stations, and then any unanticipated repairs. Just we do have in some of our cases the pumps and irrigation is aged, and so we got to make sure that we have some dollars available when we have leaks. The zoo, this is exciting to continue to upgrade the zoo. The Hawaiian Islands exhibit, 1.1 million. Same thing, a water system upgrade there. It's old and aged, and a lot of times we'll have leaks and breaks. So we want to get in there and fix that in phases. Just an overall zoo improvements for the AZA, which is sort of a governing body that, you know, makes sure that we're maintaining levels of care. And so there's items that are needed on an ongoing basis that Linda and her team have done a great job of maintaining those standards. Elephant hydraulic gates, or the orangutan exhibit, just, you know, sidewalk, walkways, guardrails, all the things that are needed for animal staff and the safety and welfare of the animals. And then lastly, the bird building, which is really that's the main bird building, and part of it houses native species, which is important. And then in the future, the AZA inspections will start to, and USDA will start to include birds in their inspections. So it's important that we upgrade that to maintain that level of quality that we all feel comfortable with, that to put forth our best foot. With that, happy to entertain any questions that you may have, and thank you.
Thank you, Director. We really appreciate it. Okay, first off, for questions, we have Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Councilmember Talba, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. And actually, I just had one question. But yeah, Mahalo, Director, for all the work you folks are doing, Deputy Director. You know, I've gone to a lot of the programming you've been putting out in the past few months, and it's been awesome. And so look forward to continuing to, you know, participate. Thank you. Yeah, and all the work that you're doing. And your staff are great. I was just curious, the 5.75 FTE, were those unfilled before?
Or
vacant?
FTEs, no, those were not.
Okay, so those are bodies.
Yeah.
Do we know where they ended up? No. Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, appreciate that. So these were contract hires, or these are civil service FTEs?
So to note on that, there actually will be no, there's no elimination of any of the civil servants.
Okay.
On that particular, yeah.
Okay, so these are just, or these are 5?
So the Blaisdell, we have a lot of, as an example, we have a lot of ushers.
Of course.
So with less events, some of those ushers will actually not be working on a full-time.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know how long these 5+ individuals worked as contract hires for DES?
I think it's a varied range. Ushers, actually, well, first off, there's been some ushers that have been there over 50 years, and we just had a nice celebration for them. But ushers sort of ebb and flow. It's not something that, you know, people make it forever career. And then also events ebb and flow, right? So ushers are needed on more on an as-needed basis and that's just one of the examples.
Okay.
Good. Is there anything you want to add to that? No? Good.
And just wanting to check, because I know you folks are working hard. I'm assuming these aren't like 10, 20, 30-year veterans or folks that have been working with the department for a long time, but just wanted to kind of...
That's right. It's more of an attrition. So rather than it's more of people who, because the events aren't going to be there, that they won't be activated as much, yes.
Okay, that makes sense. Appreciate the clarification.
Yeah, thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Toba, followed by Council Chair Waters, and then Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. How's it, Director? Hey, first off, thank you guys so much for taking me on a tour on the zoo. Amazing. I haven't been to the zoo for the last 20 years. And if you haven't gone to the zoo, go to the zoo. It's amazing and beautiful. Electricity over $1 million. And I don't know if you've been watching the hearings the last 2 days. I know Councilmember Save, he's still down that side. Are we looking at PV on the auditorium and as well
yes,
the arena?
Yes, we are looking into that for sure. And we've had some preliminary discussions, but as I think it's our citywide initiative, and we want to definitely be on, and we are part of that discussion.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we know that the stadium is coming. They're talking about brand new entertainment facilities. Are we preparing? Because you're talking about modernizing the Blaisdell Arena, but are we preparing? Is there talks right now about the possible competition with the stadium?
I think competition will always exist.
Sure.
And I think venue size creates certain sweet spots. So from what I've seen in some of the discussions at the stadium, it's a larger venue, which costs more to operate, et cetera. And I don't want to, in our case, we have a niche. It would be perfect if we probably had a little bit more size to our venue, but we don't. We work with what we have, and it's worked thus far, and we'll continue to really hone in on those acts that fit best in our facilities and size.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Okay, good afternoon. You and I have had this discussion in my office, and I think it'd be worthwhile to have it in public as well. But, your department, Enterprise Services, in my mind, is your number one, mission would be to generate revenue.
Yes.
So are we losing money on the zoo?
Do we lose money operationally, you mean?
I mean, my notes show that you're asking for 8.4 million or 8.8 million, but we only generated 4.4 million.
Yeah, the zoo is subsidized.
It's subsidized. And I get it, why we would want to subsidize the zoo. And I agree with Councilman Tolba. I've been there. And by the way, Deputy Director Kubota, fantastic job getting it to where it is, getting the, what is it called? Certification.
Accreditation.
Right? Accreditation.
Yes.
Fantastic. But really, the idea, if enterprise services, we got to make money, right?
Yeah.
So that's the zoo. Is the Blaisdell and the Shell and the golf courses, are those making money, or are those being subsidized as well?
Golf actually last year did make money. The auditoriums, we actually came out of pandemic, so it wasn't fully open, but it had a very good year. And in previous peak years, if you compared those revenue streams to, say, operating numbers, it's very close. And I think the Shell has great potential. I think that in this interim, when the concert hall is actually going under this revitalization, I think which definitely would like support, because there's opportunities in discussions to, have the shell be activated more frequently. And my goal certainly is to generate more revenue coming from background, and that's what I want to do, and that's what I signed up for.
Yeah. How about Blaisdell? What is it costing us every year to upkeep Blaisdell? I mean, I remember this was before you, the previous director was saying something like 11 or 13 million a year. Is that accurate? Is my memory correct?
That may be an operating expense number, but that's not what it cost us, because we are offsetting that with revenues that are being generated.
Okay.
Yes.
But I guess, let me rephrase the question. How much does it cost to upkeep the Blaisdell every year? Whether it be electrical, upkeeping the bathrooms, the water.
In total.
Pond outside, I mean, all in. What are we looking at? Because the idea really was, remember they wanted to knock it down?
Yeah. Special events fund 17 million.
17 million.
Yeah.
So your predecessor wanted to knock it down. What is your plans going forward with the Blaisdell?
I think getting in there and doing what we intend to do right now is a very good approach. It's prudent, it's fiscally responsible, and it keeps that subsidy within a range that's manageable and still provides an intangible benefit for all of the people of the city and county of Honolulu to come and enjoy great events that are happening across the rest of the country that might not normally come and enjoy here in Hawaii.
Okay, and of course we want to enjoy great events. Being a concert goer myself, and you look
graduations,
how many people,
sporting events, right? Yeah.
Kamehameha School Song Contest.
There you go, absolutely.
But I mean, the fact of the matter is, we want this thing to make money as well.
Yeah.
One idea, and I talked to you about this too, and Kaka'ako Park. What if we built a world-class event center there, and then turn the current Blaisdell into apartment buildings, affordable housing, near the rail line? I mean, I'm just thinking big picture, right? Just throwing that out there for you to consider. Again, I've talked to you about this before, but is that something you might want to look into?
I would consider any good options that make a lot of sense for everyone that's in this room and all the people that are on air listening. If it made dollars and cents and it was, again, fiscally responsible. But, right now, the task at hand is getting into the Blaisdell and keeping it operational and making sure that it's a great place for not only us to go and enjoy, but also promoters who activate that facility on an ongoing basis. And these are sort of the necessary, kind of spends that we need to make in order to maintain top of mind for them to bring those events.
My memory tells me that it was 13 million a few years ago, so now it's 17 million. Do you expect next year and the following year it's going to go up to 20 and possibly more million just to upkeep the Blaisdell
No,
Center?
I don't. A big part of that was is salaries and the salary allocation. I wouldn't say a big part of it. A good piece of that was for operating.
Hey, do we use a third-party vendor to sell tickets like Ticketmaster?
Yes, we do. It's currently under contract. It's currently also near to going out to bid for future.
Can we do it in-house? I mean, we got this terrific Department of IT, right? We got Mark Wong. Why can't we do it on our own? Like Ticketmaster, we hear all these horrible stories about how they just gouge the.
So as you know,
artists.
there's a
and maybe
there's discussions
can
of
talk
breaking
about
up
that too.
breaking up Ticketmaster. Okay, but
Yeah.
one of the things currently, and one of the impetus behind that is they actually control a lot of the acts.
Oh.
So some of those acts, they pick and choose buildings and locations and cities based on
who uses them to
what
sell
their
the
left
tickets.
hand is doing. Yeah. However, we're actually probably in a better position than some other cities are to sort of work with, because Hawaii is just a great destination. A lot of acts want to come to Hawaii. It's got to make financial sense for them and for the promoters in order to do it. And it doesn't always, but Mary's standing up. She's chomping at the bit because I know she'd like to talk about this. Mary, feel free. Thank you.
Aloha, Mary.
Mary Lewis.
Saw you on the news last night. Saw you on the news last night.
Oh,
doing
dear.
At the Shell.
It was in a windstorm. Events and Services Administrator. So we've thought a lot about our ticketing program. And one of the advantages to having a third party do it is that they have a reach nationally and internationally, and that's where we want to be present. Also, it takes a lot of staff, and we are not prepared to increase our staff in the box office in order to run a ticketing company. It's the amount of money you have to put into the infrastructure of the computers, the scanners, the software licensing is very overwhelming for us. We are a multi-venue facility also. We have to be sensitive to the exhibition hall, to the Shell. We've got, one weekend we're going to have Frankie Valli at the Waikiki Shell and Disney Junior up in the concert hall. And all of those ticketing, programming, and planning, it's essential to have a ticketing company. And we are going out to bid. We're working on that with our concession group to make sure that we have put in place a contract that will keep the fees reasonable. And we have been able to do that. And I know people think they're being gouged here in Hawaii, but really we are at a very low rate compared to some of the other major cities. And we've been able to do that by having a contract, presenting a very favorable opportunity for these ticketing companies, and then holding their feet to the fire. Because we can turn to say, Ticketmasters, those are their fees. The Blaisdell isn't charging them. We aren't charging them, but we do make money off of every fee that goes out. And that's negotiable in our contract, or the RFP that we're going to be putting out.
Do we sell any tickets from our box office?
Yes, we do. So again, the exhibition hall, for instance, that is a facility that's busy almost every weekend. And so those are tickets that are sold on the day of the show. We're actually looking into figuring out a way to do some advance sales for the larger shows, and also keeping the fees much lower. We also sell lots of on-day, day of events to circus, to those kind of sporting events. The basketball championships, people don't buy those in advance. They come to our box office. So we have a sufficient staff made up of about 8 part-timers and 2 full-timers that can be called in on a rotating basis to sell those tickets.
So Hamilton was just here. What kind of revenue did we get from that play? And I think Cats is coming. I mean, just to put things into perspective, I'm super curious.
Cats is coming, yes. There's very few tickets still available because we have, they were part of the season with Hamilton. So Hamilton brought about $10 million into the community. And one of the things we look at is that it's not only the revenue that we make, but all the ancillary revenue that happens around our property and in Honolulu.
No, I get that, but we're dealing with your budget and the budget for the whole city. So how much revenue to the city did Hamilton bring in? And by the way, I appreciate that very much, what you're talking about.
Let me get back to you on that, because we just finished the billing part of it. It was very complicated with season tickets and other group sales, and we just sent off the fees to Magic Space, so we've got to kind of sort that out.
Oh, so when you say you sent it off to Magic Space, they cut us a check from the revenue
No,
that they got?
it's all the money comes to us and then we disperse it.
I see. Since I got you up here, so we're talking about the Shell now, the topic that you were on the news yesterday for, which would increase the seating, the permanent seating, into the grassy area. What kind of feedback have you been getting from the community with that regard?
I think we've gotten very good feedback. People, we're not taking much of the lawn away. That aspect will still, exist and be a great place to have a picnic. But our seats sell out really fast, and adding these 2,000 more is going to make a big difference in access. And also, this is a very long-term plan. It's not happening tomorrow. It's not happening next year. We aren't funded for these projects. These are plans that we have put together for our long-range planning. We have to do a number of the permits, the environmental studies, the special district. So we've been working on this project for several years, and we anticipate it's going through the next 10 or 15 years.
I appreciate that, the fact that you folks are putting a lot of thought into this and doing long-range plans. So let me ask you, based on this long-range plan, how much more revenue are we going to generate by putting in these seats than keeping it the lawn?
I think it's going to make a significant raise in our revenues because we do our revenue by percentage of tickets sold. So you can charge more for seats than you can for lawn seats. And we're in the process of looking at a project to change the pool area, as we call it, the very front seats, because that will also add to our revenues.
Okay, terrific. Thank you so much. Director, may I just ask you about concessions? And again, we had this conversation. Oftentimes, we put out these concessions to, like in Waikiki, to activate the space so that the criminals weren't hanging out and dealing drugs in Pavilion number 4. So we put Beaky there. I get it. But what happens when a concessionaire doesn't pay? Doesn't pay their rent,
Yeah. Well, obviously, there's opportunities for them to rectify that, right? There's a process that's involved, and ultimately, if they do not, then we look for alternatives and put this location back out to bid.
I mean, do we take them to court? We work with Corp Counsel and bring them into court and hold their feet to the fire?
Yeah, work with Corp, yes.
That's correct?
Again, it's concession-based, contract-based, and so we do work with them to try and...
Who is the Corporation Counsel attorney assigned to DES?
Jessica Wong.
Okay. How often do you go to court to make sure
We do not. We personally don't go to court.
No, not you, the city. In trying to recover these rents that were contracted and promised.
We do not go to court if we don't have to. And since in the 2 years that I've been here, it's been zero.
So that the people have been paying ultimately?
For the most part, yes. And also, we've actually tried to, again, through the pandemic, there was a lot of deactivation of some of these locations. So we've been working feverishly, not trying to get people out. We've been working feverishly to get more activation into our concession locations.
Last question, because I have the mayor of Waikiki in the audience. There he is, Tim Gary, concerned with surfboard racks.
Yeah.
I know you're going to put out a RFI, but Tim Gary says he's got 500 signatures of people in support of a surfboard rack right next to the hula mound, in front of or mauka of Dive Oahu's spot. So maybe we can save some money with the RFI, go down there with parks. I know you're saying it's not your kuleana, which brings me really to my next question. Well, let me get a comment from you regarding what the mayor of Waikiki is saying.
Yeah, we actually are working with Parks, and we've actually had conversation, and happy to have further conversations, but I think it's important that we also get input from multiple people, because that's one opinion, and we value it. I think it's a good one, but there's also been additional ones. And so for us not to do sort of our due diligence in talking with a lot of different constituents and the approaches, I think that RFI process will actually produce a very good, solid hybrid that all of us can try to work towards.
I appreciate that, and I haven't seen the petition yet, so perhaps you can provide it to me. But if it's 500 people, that's pretty significant. But the other thing is, moving on, a lot of what you do is putting out these concessions, and they're not making money, right? Is it worthwhile for you to spend your time and effort doing that? I get the auditoriums, the golf courses, the zoos, right? But we're talking about pavilion number 4. And I'm sure you're not one to shirk your responsibility, and you're not going to say, yeah, that we should give this to Parks, or we should give that to another department, because that's not who you are. But from a policy standpoint, I want you to concentrate on the big picture things, right? And you're the only department in the city that really is, this focus is to generate revenue. Like what Augie's talking about, Councilmember Tolba, this film studio out in Eva. Are you involved in that at all?
Currently, we are not. I shouldn't say me personally, no, but I know that Mayor Blangiardi and Managing Director Formby and Krishna have definitely had, conversations, and we've talked about it. But when they would like to engage me, I'm happy to be a part of that. If not, also understood.
No, but that's the kind of thing that again, just from a policy standpoint, that I think you should be involved with, because ultimately what we're talking about is making money. Now, this indirectly is going to, like what the person from the Shell was talking about.
Well, Walea Constantino, who's the film office, is 100% actively involved in those conversations.
Is she in your office?
No, Office of Film.
OER. OER? But again, when we're talking about enterprise services, right, making money, like we want you involved in that. And the money needs kind stuff like Pavilion 4, even Surf Rack, sorry Tim, like concentrate on the bigger picture stuff. Remember I gave you a goal last year, raise
50 million.
50 million.
Do I remember? Yes, I even knew the number.
We got 24 million. So we're on the right track.
Up from 14.
Yeah. So thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much. Okay.
Okay, next we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Tupola, followed by Vice Chair Kiaina.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director.
Hi.
I'm sure that COVID really impacted your ability to be productive and to be profitable. So it's good to see the numbers increasing. I just had a couple of, I hope they're easy questions. On the page that talks about the revenues by program, what was the reason for the golf course to decrease? I would hope that that would be one area where we could increase and see revenue coming in.
Yeah, sure.
A net
So
positive.
part of that I alluded to in the presentation, but it's really the mix. So we're working
The
hard.
water, is that what you said? The maintenance
sorry?
and the water, was that what it was?
No, the mix and guest type. So there's a lot more seniors who are opting for the monthly card. It's a cheaper alternative, but we're coming off of 3 years of golf fee increases, and so by them opting for that card, that actually drives the total revenue down, even though the rounds are up. And then also just like we don't have as many of the tourists that we anticipated coming back, not necessarily the westbounders, but the eastbounders, and they pay 2.5 times roughly in green fees to enjoy the courses. So until that materializes into a further, I wouldn't want to bank that as revenue, knowing that it might not be fulfilled. So those are probably the two biggest reasons. Yeah.
Okay, and then which will lead me to a future question. But for the slight fee increase for the zoo, is that just for is that across the board? Is that with the Kama'aina and the non-residents as well?
Yes, that's correct.
What was the increase again? And I know it was nominal to begin with.
It's a $2 increase across the board. Yeah.
Okay.
And so it's children are $4 right now. That's a very reasonable, but we're proposing a $6.
For the Kama'aina?
Yes.
Okay, and the adults are?
8 to 10.
Okay.
Yes.
And then for the auditoriums, what is this project that you guys are, that we're having the construction? How long is the duration of this project?
Yeah, in total, it's probably 2.5 to 3 years from design and construction and completion. So the ones that we're getting into right now, as I mentioned, the auditoriums, the impact is going to be real, especially at the concert hall area. It's the longest, but it's where the most work is needed, and it has the greatest potential for future revenue streams.
So we're looking at 2 to 3 years of about a $2 million deficit. So about $6 million. Is that what we're projecting to be the deficit?
It's about 18 months. So the whole Blaisdell is not all shutting down all at once. We've actually tried so that we can continue to try and maximize revenues and minimize downtime, right? And so it's the actually 12 months in fiscal year 24 is how long the concert hall will be down. Okay. It's only a few months for the expo hall and about 9.5 months for I had that written here. 5 months for the arena. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you. 4 to 5 months for the arena.
I think I just wanted to have an idea, a rough estimate of when, because now we're in the negative, in the red for the auditorium until that's done, and the golf course right now, and then on the concessions and the Honolulu Zoo, we net positive, but the positive is about 300, whereas on the other end is about 2 million of a deficit. So when do you see this balancing out with the golf courses? And I know with the auditorium, it's after it's complete for us to be able to use it properly. But when do we anticipate this net of about 2 million to kind of balance out and then take on the positive, get out of the red?
So
if these other ones are smaller, they're more nominal.
Department of Enterprise Services has always been had these special funds, and there's always been a contribution from the general fund. The closest we came actually was last year. We had very strong performance from golf and from auditoriums and from concessions, et cetera. And so, again, that's the ultimate goal, is to be, more on a self-fulfilling basis, but we're not there yet.
So you said part of the special funds, you get contributions from the general fund into the special fund to cover this.
Yes.
Is that what I heard correctly?
Correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Vice Chair Kiaina.
Director Papillo, thank you for being with us. Good afternoon.
Hi, thank you.
So, as former marketing director, Sea Life Park, Hawaiian Adventures Water, I thought I heard you say that you created a revenue plan, and I was busily looking for that. Did you say that? You just said it like in a very small snippet. In the binder, there's a small revenue plan. Did you guys create a revenue plan for the different facilities that the city owns under Department of Enterprise Services?
Yeah, it's how we arrive at some of these overall revenue streams.
Yeah, so is it in the binder?
I don't believe it's in the revenue pages are in there, yes.
Yeah, I saw the revenue pages as charts. I was wondering if you actually wrote out a revenue plan that I could review.
Yeah, no, we do not.
Okay, so just list the different revenues that are being brought in. Yeah, I guess just, along similar lines of, I know you're good at this, and I know there's ways for us to get our facilities in better use. I wanted to see what the projecting forward looks like. So if we say, we want to get the you said the shell more in use, okay, so how and what do we need to do and how do we do that? Are we going to make a marketing sheet? Are we going to actually put something out there where the city does kind of what DBET does, which is spend money on bringing money in, right? They just expend money in such a way that they're attracting the visitors and the users of the entities. Have you guys made any small plans towards that to kind of see how something like the shell would be used more?
Yes. So again, just in these individual conversations. Look, the Shell's open for any promoter to come in and try and, put on events, just like the Blaisdell and elsewhere. And so we have looked at and will continue to look at proposals that activate the Shell, on a more frequent basis.
Looking at proposals from who?
One, ideas that we generate, but two, from promoters who are willing to take the financial risk to go out and put in the dollars that are necessary to create events and shows.
Yeah, I guess what I'm thinking is more of like a headhunting, a scouting of such, where we're kind of on the offense and not on the defense of just
Yes.
receiving anybody who comes through our door.
Yeah.
How do we become more proactive in that space?
Yeah, agreed. And so, again, I don't want to stand up here and but from the past 25 years, I do have a lot of relationships out in the marketplace, and those are discussions that we are having with those people. There's been discussions that have become further down the road. There's been someone who just brought in some very large shows to Hawaii that while we're in this shutdown mode, they're interested in looking at bringing other types of entertainment and utilizing the Shell. I won't say who, but I will say that perhaps a show like Hamilton wouldn't do so well in the outdoors, but it doesn't mean they don't have in their arsenal other types of acts that have been successful in other markets, and they have actively engaged in discussions with them.
Nice. Yeah, I think just moving forward, if there is a way for outside of this budget process, right? Outside of this to kind of see where we could be more helpful in a forward path of getting more use towards it, as opposed to just we're looking at some big contracts, but how can we be more proactive in that space and budget towards that, right? Because
Yeah.
I don't necessarily know exactly how much marketing dollars go into our facilities and getting people to come. Do you guys spend a lot of money on marketing to get people to use our facilities?
We're going to be spending money this fiscal year and in '24 on actively marketing to the public for them to come and enjoy some of our facilities.
And is the marketing inclusive of commercials, or is it just?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what's included in this budget here, your marketing budget?
Yes.
Got it. Well, we'll be excited to see what that looks like and see what kind of traction it generates, because I haven't seen a lot of marketing for usage of it, but we're looking forward to seeing that. I know you're good at that. So thank you for all that you do, and especially for attending our neighborhood boards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, and Vice Chair Kiaina.
Okay, aloha, Director.
Aye.
I have a question regarding the Pali Golf Course. The vacant restaurant area, is it still vacant? And, because I've gotten some constituent concerns. And if so, what are your plans to put something in there?
It is vacant. We acknowledge that. But it is part of bids that are going out that we would like for people to come in and reactivate the Pali space. And there are interested parties. In the past, there wasn't necessarily, but we do want to activate that location.
Yeah, what's the time frame? I need a little more than that.
Yeah. This fall is when we're looking to put out those bids.
Why? Why so long?
There's a lot of other items in the queue for other locations as well, and working with other departments like BFS to
You're right.
push
I guess,
those through.
I don't know, but a restaurant at a golf course is so important to the overall success of that golf course. And
Yeah, so there's been some in the past. I agree with you. Like, I glaringly, what we would like more, but they're only as good as if the operator is making money. And in past scenarios, they didn't. And so there's been a hesitancy on some new operators to want to jump hard into some of the locations. Traffic is required for restaurants to be successful. The Poly is a beautiful location, and it's actually a very nice facility. It needs some work for the operator who wants to go in there. And yet it's off the beaten path, right? You have to turn in and go up to the clubhouse. And there's been other successful operators who've been successful elsewhere that maybe in the past they've tried the poly and they didn't have great success. But I think there's potential. I think if with some flexibility, if they can activate it for some of the nighttime opportunities as well. But those are a bigger discussion, and really it's up to the entrepreneur who wants to come in and take that risk and bid on that particular venue.
You're right, but I guess I don't agree that the burden should be on the vendors. The burden should be on the manager of the golf course to make sure that all they do is to figure out if all of the elements of success for the golf course is met.
Yeah. Sorry, let me rephrase. I agree with you 100%. It's a partnership. And so the golf course needs to work with the restaurant operators and any of the concessions that we have working with us to try and make it successful. So
I understand. I just don't want the golf manager to say, oh, well, it's in the queue. There's all these other competing priorities, right? It doesn't work like that. That golf manager's sole consideration should be to make sure that, again, everything is in place so that we have a successful program. And with regard to the numbers crunching, figure it out. Not just the vendors, us, help them figure it out, make it happen. And I do know that it's hard sometimes with traffic, but you have to be creative, of course, with evening events, for music. It's actually lacking on the Windward side. So just looking forward to this, whoever is going to be chosen to get in there and hopefully make it work. I just don't want us to be waiting around because there's so many other projects around the island.
Yeah.
Did you have anything to say?
Christopher Ching, Concessions Management. So for the golf courses, not just...
I can barely hear you.
Sorry, Christopher Ching, Concessions Management. So for the golf courses, not just Poly, but also Eva and Westlock, we're assessing those facilities because we're looking at upgrading the kitchen equipment in those facilities, which takes some time. Historically, particularly for Poly, the previous concessionaire had actually overbid and had to leave. And then we put it back out to bid and nobody bid it. So right now we're looking to see how we could rearrange the formula to allow concessionaires to be more successful in these facilities.
Got it.
One of the main things that we want to do is increase the term.
Are these concessionaires responsible for the infrastructure, the kitchen equipment that you're talking about?
Generally speaking, they're responsible for the non-structural components of the facilities, including the kitchen equipment. The structural portion of the facilities they're not responsible for, and the utility systems they're not responsible for.
Okay,
plumbing,
so it's not something we could do.
We can do some things, but a lot of the equipment, like the fire suppression equipment, the ventilation, the grease trap inceptors, which are fairly expensive pieces of equipment, need to be reconditioned. And before we put them out to bid, we like the concessionaires to know the condition that they're in, and we would like to know whether or not we want them to spend capital funds to replace that equipment and make that known up front.
Yeah, so I'm trying to, I guess, gather from you, should I put in an amendment to try to help provide whatever is necessary to get good vendors wanting to invest?
We are planning to introduce a reso that allows us to go from 5 years to 10 years for our concession contracts. Right now, we're limited to 5 years per ordinance, but we can go up to 15 under state statute. With council approval, we can exceed that 5. So I think it's really important.
Interesting. And when is that?
We have it drafted, and so we hope that it'll be prepared.
Okay,
soon.
and that would be for all concessions, correct?
It would be mainly for golf
courses
concessions and a couple.
And is that letter then going to go to the Chair Waters?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so within a month?
Hopefully sooner.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's good news then. Anyway, thank you so much.
And to that point, that helps the operator amortize the costs of getting started over a long time frame with the security, right? Of knowing that they can still be there over a term. They're reluctant to put in the dollars up front. So the system needs to be restructured.
Yes.
And that's what Chris was
First of
alluding
all,
to.
thank you so much for that follow-up. That's
Yeah.
the kind of information I need to know and we need to know in order to help you. So if I'm trying to say, hurry up, and then you're telling me, well, we could provide greater tools to the concessioners by doing this with council approval, then you need to let us know so that we can help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good follow-up. Okay, next we have Councilmember Say.
Well, good afternoon, Director. I just have a couple questions. The first one, presently, are there any barriers or obstacles that you face today that is hindering your performance as a department?
Yeah. I think in general, no.
Okay.
But there is a longer process that things take, and it's just the nature of what we do. And again, it's public dollars, so I think it's very important to go through that process.
And that's
but
where,
we don't want to miss the opportunities.
Director, and that's where you should be explaining it to us. It's just like what we went through with the Department of Planning and Permitting. The permitting process took how long? 1 year, 2 years that the consumer is complaining? Department of, not customer service, what's Haku's? Department of
Design and Construction.
Yeah, Design and Construction. We put in our appropriations for budget, for projects, CIP projects. We didn't know the process of what departments it had to go through. So just share with us your problems that you're facing. But that's not the issue. The other issue, Director, if it is possible, this is what I'd like to request from you. Will you talk to the swap meet organizers if you could promote the swap meet at the Blaisdell parking lot? Or is it all earmarked for city workers? The Blaisdell parking lot for the swap meet operators. That would bring in some income for you. Okay? Number two, are we talking with Department of Transportation Services, Director Morton, and you in regards to piggyback on the Holo Holo card, where you could market it for both the bus and our city and county event facilities, like the zoo? And I think you would know more than I do because you are a marketing person. But the point of the matter is that, yeah, we want to support you. I have a very good friend that donates her time to the Zoo Foundation. You know, I've been to the zoo. I want to thank you and your employees for inviting Chair Waters and I to the dedication. But we're just here to support you. And maybe our problem is that we forget that this is a post-COVID. Nothing happened when we had the incident in regards to COVID-19. But now is the time, or I thought maybe during that lull, that dormancy, the departments would have started planning how to address all these county issues that we face today and how you can make it to improve. And finally, for me personally, if it is possible, if once a year, like Chair Waters has done for the general public at large and for the council members and everyone else, do a yearly calendar of having events already reserved and what openings there are that you can share with all of us. That would be very much important. You know, if you can say on the weekends we have these particular concerts coming up, Tony Baralini or whatever it is, great. But also try to take care of local people first, organizations, the graduations, etc. So that's all I'm saying. But keep up the good work. I know it's a very difficult task because you're not as bad as you know who. the convention center. And that's the truth. They're subsidized so much compared to what you've been subsidized. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Say. Council Chair Waters.
Real quick, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank Chris Ching for his hard work. I didn't mean to demean the Manini concessions, and I really appreciate him. And from what I'm hearing is, you're a one-man operation there, that he's doing a lot of this stuff himself. So I really appreciate that. But I also want to point out, just getting creative. We're talking about Poly Golf Course. What if we do like a big old concert there for the windward side, right? Have these special events utilizing the space because it's out in the middle of, away from housing, right? You could have a concert, play loud music, and people from the windward side could come, or a Spartan event, like the Iron Man, but you do the Spartan event where you got to run through the golf course. The other thing I want to point out, and again, we got the mayor of Waikiki, but these parades in Waikiki, I get complaints all the time, we got too many of them. But if you monetize it, make money off of it, these festivals that we have, why are we letting the private sector promoters making money off of these festivals when you can, if possible? Just a thought. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, my one question, Director, is regarding the golf course's equipment rental. I do see that it did go up 62,000, and I was wondering, are we renting, or what are we renting, I should say?
Yeah, primary source of that is majority of the golf carts are from an outside source that they maintain them and supply them to us. And so that's really where that's coming from, and just overall cost increases.
Okay, and then regarding there's an educational line item here. I think it's on the other page. Are we holding classes for youth at golf courses as well?
Educational, sorry. For which division?
Golf.
Golf? Jordan? Education? Oh, got it. That's for staff training, actually.
Oh, staff training.
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
got
yes.
you. Okay, understood. I was about to say, that's pretty Manini kind of cost for classes, if anything. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, I think that's it for me. Members, any other questions? Okay, no? All right, thank you. Thank you,
Great,
Director.
thank you so much. Yep, thanks for having us. Aloha.
Okay, next up, we have our last department before the break, Customer Services. Director Hashiro. Welcome. Oh, okay. I saw it. Okay. Okay, and for those who wish to look at the departmental communication, it is Departmental Communication 169, 2023. Once again, here with us is Director Hashiro.
Good afternoon, Budget Chair Cordero, Budget Vice Chair Wire, Council Chair Waters, and Council Vice Chair Kia'aina and members. I'm Kim Hashiro, Director for the Department of Customer Services. I'd like to acknowledge and introduce members of CSD's leadership team who are here with me today. So we have Deputy Director Derek Mayashiro, Satellite City Hall Administrator Chase Masuda, Program Administrator William Trujillo, Assistant Program Administrator Michael Yagi for the Motor Vehicles Licensing and Permits Division. We also have Acting Public Communications Administrator Harold Ned. And Sylvia Suzawa, Secretary to our Deputy Director, is running the presentation for us. The Department of Customer Services proposed FY24 budget is based on our needs and priorities for the 4 divisions within the department as shown on this slide. In the current fiscal year, CSD has 299.5 positions. And in fiscal 24, we're requesting to reactivate 4 currently deactivated positions, resulting in a total request of 303.5 positions. CSD is projected to generate $224 million in revenues in the coming year. The majority of revenues
Director, I'm so
generated.
sorry. Director, sorry. I have to appoint a member to my committee. First off, Council Chair Waters, I'll be appointing you to the Committee on Budget to help us with quorum. Thank you. Okay, please proceed.
The majority of revenues generated are through motor vehicle registration and driver's licensing and permits, which will bring in approximately $214 million. $5.4 million is attributed to charges for other services, which include highway beautification, service fees for dishonored checks, credit card payment fees, passport intake fees, and also spay and neuter fees. Miscellaneous revenues, which include the motor vehicle inspection program, disabled placards, towing services, auction and sales for impounded vehicles, is estimated to generate $4.5 million. While CSD brings in significant revenues to the city, total expenditures for our department are just over $30 million. The department's proposed budget for fiscal 24 is $30.2 million. This reflects 18% over the current fiscal year. The source of funds for CSD by percentage are as follows. 88% is from the general fund and 12% from the Highway Beautification Fund. Looking at the breakdown by character of expenditures, total salaries of $15.9 million are increasing by $2.5 million, or about 19%. Salary increases are primarily due to collective bargaining increases and also for 4 reactivated positions to provide passport intake services at satellite city halls. The overall current expense budget of $14.1 million is increasing by $1.9 million, or 16%. We also have an equipment request in fiscal 24 of $140,250. This provides for a server and 25 desktop scanners for our motor vehicle registration staff. This will allow for real-time scanning of titles and documents to increase turnaround time for title searches and streamlining processing of registration documents. The overall CSD budget of $30.2 million is increasing by $4.6 million, or 18%, from fiscal 23 to fiscal 24. This slide compares the expenditures of funds in the 4 program areas between fiscal years. There are variations at the division level. Administration increased by 19%, or $112,767. Public communication increased by 16%, or $235,791. Satellite city halls increased by 14%, or $645,135. A significant portion of this increase was due to collective bargaining increases and also a new program for the division. Passport intake services began in August of 2022, utilizing existing staff, supplies, and postage. We're asking to reactivate 4 clerk positions and also to increase our budget for postage and supplies. Additionally, $49,920 is to provide for security guard services at satellite locations. The Motor Vehicle Licensing and Permits Division increased by 19%, or $3.6 million. A significant increase was to provide for continued outsourced call center services. $372,150 in additional funding is to cover the call center, which receives 800 to 900 calls per day from the public relating to driver's license and motor vehicle registration questions. This function was initially covered by CARES and ARPA funding and is being transitioned to general funds since the need is ongoing. There's also a $1.2 million increase in support for animal care services and just under $200,000 increase for license plate production. CSD employees are comprised of permanent positions and personal services contracts. In fiscal year 24, we'll have a count of 293 permanent positions and 10.5 personal service contracts. The total proposed count will be 303.5 positions. As I mentioned earlier, satellite city hall positions are being reactivated in order to provide staffing support for the passport intake program. This service began in August of last year at Ala Moana and at Kapolei in December with existing staff and resources. Approximately 6,450 passports are estimated to be processed this fiscal year, generating $225,750 in new revenue. In fiscal 24, with the addition of 4 positions, we estimate that 30,720 passports will be processed, generating just over $1 million in revenue. In fiscal 24, adding the 4 positions to our satellite city halls will enable us to restore non-passport appointment slots and also increase passport processing appointments. Although this vacant position slide reflects 36 vacant positions, 13 positions have been filled since the snapshot was taken. We are also on track to fill an additional 20 positions by the end of June and the remaining 3 positions in fiscal 24. We note that CSD filled 68 positions in calendar year 2022, which represents 23% of our permanent positions. Our vacancy rate remains low at about 12%, and our goal is to drop down to single digits in fiscal 24. What offset this progress that we made in increasing our staffing levels is 35 retirements and resignations that occurred last year. We're looking at how do we increase retention now. We've spent so much time and energy on recruitment, and so we are looking at different approaches in our divisions to change the way that we train and support our employees, hopefully increasing retention. 16 positions have been deactivated where funding is not included in the budget. We also have 1 vacant highway beautification funded vacancy, and we intend to fill this position before the end of the fiscal year. This concludes the CSD fiscal year 24 budget presentation. Thank you for attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. We have Committee Vice Chair Wire. Go ahead.
Okay, mahalo Chair, mahalo Director for being here, and to all of your team. I just had a couple quick questions. If you could outline the tow contract a little more in depth, or whoever on your team could.
The towing contract?
Yeah, is there like a master agreement, or how does that contract work?
So the contract is, we have a contract of about $1.7 million, and it covers abandoned vehicles, and it separates it into derelict vehicles, which cannot be operated, and also vehicles that could be auctioned off and return some investment to the city.
Okay. Is there, and then that cuts off at some weight limit, is that correct?
A weight limit?
Yeah.
I'm not sure about the weight limit.
And I guess why I'm asking is because I'm trying to figure out if there's a need to provide either funding or to support a large vehicle tow contract, because my understanding is that no longer is in place. And so sometimes it increases costs or adds delays
So what happens is when it's not a passenger vehicle or within the scope of the contract, then we are unable to use that master agreement to cover that service, but we can go out for separate bids, and we have done that for like boats.
Boats, yeah.
Yeah, so boats would be an example when they are left, on the street. We've worked to help the state and gotten 3 quotes and had those boats towed. So we are able to do that, and actually with our current budget, we're actually able to cover that cost.
Okay.
So there is capacity within the contract, even given the average number of vehicles that we need to tow from the streets.
Yeah. What is the cost typically? Is there like an estimated range for a large tow? Is it over the small purchase threshold, or is it usually under
I don't
for
know if it's
procurement?
within. It's usually within.
Okay, so you just go get the 3 quotes.
Yeah.
Written quotes, you're good to go.
Mhm.
So how long does that usually take?
So I've seen it take about a month.
Okay. Okay, so it sounds like maybe you're saying there's not a need to have a master agreement for large tows.
I don't think there's a need at this point in time to have a separate contract for that. I think as long as we have the funding availability and we have a process in place, we're able to actually provide that service.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do we know if there's any type of backlog or?
There's no backlog.
Okay.
We actually have all of our inspector positions filled and are regularly responding to complaints from the community.
Awesome. Okay, I appreciate that. Are there any other challenges with the large tows, like particularly boats? Because my understanding there were some challenges because of they're less desirable in terms of recycling and whatnot. So is that a higher cost if you're towing boats?
I think it depends on the condition of the boat.
Yeah.
So there's times when the boat is completely derelict and, unusable. And so then it's just a matter of towing it and actually disposing of it. If there's any value in the boat, then, we do our auctions periodically. And so our unit would have to work on, what's possible. But my understanding is most of the tows for boats have been, it's unusable. Is that correct?
Okay. Okay, no, I appreciate that. And mahalo to all your staff too. I know they work extremely hard. I see them often, even on the weekends, we're a couple on mahalo.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they're super helpful up at Waile'i Beach Park, Velzy Land with the cleanup. We got, 2 dozen abandoned vehicles out of the beach park. So appreciate, your staff that helped with that. Of course, other departments too, but mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, next we have Councilmember Say, followed by Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair, then followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
So, Director Hashiro, what is the turnaround time for an abandoned vehicle if a neighbor made a call to your office?
So when the call comes in, it usually takes a day or 2 for that work order to be issued.
Okay.
It's put on the schedule by the inspector. Inspector goes out, will actually mark the vehicle, and then within about 24 hours returns to the site to see if there's been any movement.
And the caseload is how much, let's say, per month, abandoned vehicle? The caseload for abandoned vehicles?
It's about 5,000 a year.
5,000 a year.
Yeah.
With how many inspectors?
We have 12.
That's a lot for each of the inspectors when you think about it, yeah?
It's broken down by geographic location. And so, there's certain regions that have more volume, of course. And so our motor vehicle control section, they're trying to, balance the workload.
And is it private tow truck operators that pick it up for us?
So we have a vendor.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I ask one more question? Dr. Hutcher, I wanted to say thank you very much first for implementing the feral chicken program for Oahu. And secondly, I was trying to correlate how can we, when a private owner of an automobile goes to the department or sends his or her check in for motor vehicle registration, I wanted to see how we can tie it in that their safety check is up to date.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay. Every year we got to register our vehicle, right?
Right.
I want to figure out how with DIT we could tie it in with expired safety check.
Oh.
Because I see a lot of cars that I was telling myself, maybe when I do retire, I'll take pictures of all these cars that have expired safety checks, that they better get it renewed or else they'll be fined. No, make sense? Make sense?
Right. So we can take a look at that. Right now for the motor vehicle registrations, it does require that the safety check be valid. But based on the timing, right, it could be that they register the vehicle and then the safety check expires soon after. And then it'll be an entire cycle or year before they need to have their safety check made current before they can register again. So that is something that we can look at.
Please, that way we can maybe assess a fee to generate some income also on top of that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that follow-up to Councilmember Singh. Okay, next we have Councilmember Tupola, once again followed by Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you so much. Director Hashiro, thank you for being here. Your presentation was metrical and short. I liked it. We appreciate all that you do. Just wanted to shout out Chase Masuda in your office. He helps us with everything that we need to do. We appreciate you. Quick question about this highway beautification fund. So it was indicated here that one of your positions was funded through that. In the admin's bill that they're proposing, I saw that the amount in the fund is $5 million. And so I'm guessing they give you a portion of that. Do you have access to more of that, or is that by request only?
It really is just to support our motor vehicle control unit because of the tie to the purpose of the fund. So it does support largely, covering our entire section operating costs.
How do you guys access this money? Is it free for your department to decide, or do you have to kind of go to managing director and request funds that are within the scope?
So within the scope of our motor vehicle control unit, whatever our requests are for that unit are usually funded by the Highway Beautification Fund.
The
Because
motor
of the
control
connection.
unit. The motor control unit you're referring to, like hauling abandoned vehicles?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
No, it's fine. So when it says highway beautification, I guess different things are running through my mind. Although I do like getting those all pulled off the road. Anything else within the scope that's allowed besides the vehicles that beautify the highway, namely cleanups, or no?
That's what the city uses that fund for. It is used by the state also to maintain highways, obviously. But that's the primary purpose for the city. I'm not sure if there are other uses for it.
Yeah, I'm thinking 5 million sitting in there, and I'm thinking you guys used in the hundreds of thousands this past year of it, but not even close to $1 million.
Oh no, our allocation is, I think it's about 2.5 million.
Oh, so you used 2.5 million of this. Yeah. Oh, so it must be that there's just 5 million left over after you use the 2.5 million?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. 3.6 million. 3.5 million.
So you guys use 3.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
I can ask them because right here in the operating funds for this year, for this fiscal year that we're discussing, it does say that there's 5 million left. So I wonder if they had 8 million in there.
Yeah. So I'm not sure what the allocation is for that fund for other areas within the city.
Yeah, they might be using it for other things.
Yeah.
But your division uses 3.6.
Yes.
Okay, so follow-up question there. The tow contract right now, actually, they're in our district. Anything recycle and trash is in my district. Their concern is that the contract itself is supposed to be for all abandoned vehicles, right, that they're supposed to go and get. I think part of the contract, now, correct me if I'm talking about two separate ones, but I think the contract that they have as well is supposed to be for assistance on the side of the road. These are, how do we describe it? So they have the abandoned vehicle contract, but they also have one for roadside assistance that the contract is through CSD.
Roadside assistance? That's not ours. Ours is just the abandoned vehicle side.
So you guys don't have any contract with All Island for the other one?
No.
And the abandoned vehicle contract you have with them, what does it delineate as far as when and what they're supposed to grab?
So any abandoned vehicle or derelict vehicle that is marked, as not being moved within that 24-hour window I mentioned earlier, they will tow that vehicle, and then they actually take it to their yard, and they will stow it, and then it will either be disposed of or auctioned. That's the scope of the service.
And you guys designate where they go, or they have to actively go out and find these?
No, so we would tell them, and we would designate which vehicles are authorized to be towed. They have a way of marking the vehicles.
How many abandoned vehicles do you guys have in your backlog?
Backed up?
Yeah, like that are currently still waiting to be picked up.
So my understanding is that based on our staffing levels, that we don't have a backlog of abandoned vehicles. We're actually able to respond pretty quickly within that timeline I explained. There's no backlog currently of vehicles waiting to be towed.
And this is through the 311 app and people calling your department as well?
311? Both.
Okay. Well, thank you for the update, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. I want to echo Councilmember Tupola's kudos for your team's hard work. We get complaints and or requests for services every day, all day long, and motor vehicle licensing and permits and Satellite City Hall have been fantastic and really, really on it. So I want to thank you guys. And I'm just looking at the public communication portion, and we've actually utilized some of public communication as well. And even there, just fantastic work. Notably, graphic design, printing and binding services. We do mail outs, and that's been super helpful. But I don't know much about public communication, so I did have a couple more questions. Long-term storage of city records. I went walking around this building exploring, and on the 4th floor on that catwalk outside, there's a storage room. Is that you guys?
So that is part of our operation. The large part is actually in the parking garage on the ground floor. All along the walls, you'll see these doors. Those are actually our city archives.
Interesting. What's going to happen when they renovate the parking lot?
So DDC has assured us that there will be no service interruptions to our archiving process. Of course, we're coordinating closely with them, but we will not have to relocate our records.
Oh, that's good. No, because I understand part of the problem is the water infiltration in that parking lot. So our archives are okay?
Yes.
We're not dealing with water infiltration? Okay. Yes. Like I mentioned, like the printing and binding service, fantastic. It says here, communication and coordination of information regarding city program services, policies, and accomplishments. I asked this question because earlier we had a request to convert a position, either the mayor's office or the managing director's office, for a $150,000 position, one, for exactly the same thing. So, are you aware of that? And should we put this person in your department?
So I'm not exactly sure of the difference, but I can describe for you what our public communications group does.
Okay, great.
So they are a team of primarily information specialists, and they work with the media, with the public in terms of our website, any kind of media inquiries that come through and responses. Also, just trying to put out social media information so that we can get the word out ahead of time and properly so people know what's happening in our department. If we have any kind of impact to our service, even changes in hours or what we're trying to remind the public of. The other part of that group is we have a customer care branch. It's a 3-person unit. They intake all these calls from the public, just like your offices, and they generate a OneView case, and that will go to a department for response. So that's a large part of what they do also. They also are responsible for the annual report that comes out every year. That's a major project for them. So they work with all of the city departments to collect information, edit, refine, make sure it's consistently, communicated and very professional. So that's another large project that they do. They do proclamations for the mayor's office. So there's a lot that they do, and you're not the only one that's, not sure of what exactly their role is, but that's a lot of what they do. And the print shop also that you mentioned earlier, they're a tremendous resource for the city. And I think that departments are utilizing them more now, and council also.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you must be reading my mind because I did want to ask about the customer care unit. But first, before we finish that, I imagine that the mayor wants their own people that right outside their office, they can call and get the word out. And you are not only servicing the mayor's office, but probably the entire 25 separate departments whenever they need help.
Mm-hmm.
So 24 positions within the public communication department. Are you fully staffed there, or you got vacancies there?
We have just a few vacancies, actually just 2. On the vacancy report, it shows just 4 positions. We actually filled 2 recently, and so we have 2 left. We're actually evaluating right now. There's a librarian position, which we are looking possibly at redescribing to a different class because we don't need that type of position. And there is an info specialist that recently became vacant. Someone retired, Eddie Oy, from his long career with the city. So those are the only 2 positions there. Otherwise, we're fully staffed, and we're working really hard to develop that group. Like you mentioned, there are other city departments that don't have a communications team. And so we actually support those departments. Departments with PIOs, we work with them and we coordinate, but we actually provide service and support to departments that don't have that function. And so that's something that is actually expanding. We're seeing more and more of that. And I'm very proud that our team can help, our other departments with that. We do work with the mayor's communication team. It is a separate entity, and like you mentioned, they do have their own priorities and projects, but we work in conjunction with them. There is a lot of coordination, and when something happens in our department where we need to push out information, we definitely will touch bases with them.
Fantastic. So the 3-person customer care unit, again, I just want to highlight this. You take the complaint in and you put in a riser to the MD's office, and then they distribute it out to the departments, or you go directly to the
Directly
department?
to departments. And actually, this 3-person team tries to answer a lot of questions themselves. So there's a smaller percentage where they're generating a case in one view and having to deploy, or disseminate to departments for a response. But it's amazing how much they've learned and how much they know, because what they're trying to do is not pass the customer or constituent off to someone else. And so they're able to actually access, all the information on the various city department websites. They've learned a lot just by answering frequently asked questions. So they're a real value and asset to the city, for sure.
No, and I can appreciate the hard work that they're doing, and they're taking care of the entire city, because I could tell you within my own District 4 staff, we dedicate a lot of time to customer service and answering questions and complaints about various city things. So I'm being facetious in a way, but what if we give you 9 positions more? And you take care, we can dedicate each one of those 9 to District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
I think this question came up last year. And, I understand why there would be a desire to centralize this type of function. But I also think that, one of the great things that is helpful to constituents is you represent each of your districts, right? And so you're really honing in on the needs of a particular area. For our department, it's really citywide. And what we're trying to do is for people who don't know who to turn to or who to ask, we're kind of that central, call that's made. And, that is another way for the city to provide that service. So I actually think that it would be better to keep that function separate, although I understand why you would ask.
I find it amazing that you have 3 people for the whole island when sometimes I got 3 or 4 of my staff working on that just for my district.
Yeah.
It would be interesting, and if it's too much trouble, don't bother. But if you could break down per district how many calls you're getting, it would be super interesting to know, because we can't really talk amongst ourselves. Although, I will tell you this, my office compiled a list of outstanding risers from each office and which department gets the most requests, right, or complaints about. Maybe I shouldn't ask, which department in your experience has been getting the most complaints? Maybe I will ask that. Which department?
So there's a few departments that I think have a large number of complaints. They're large departments that are responsible for a big area, big operation in the city. So facilities maintenance, parks, E&V. These are departments that do receive a lot of inquiries, and I know they're working really hard to respond. I think one of the things that we use as a measurement is not just the volume that comes in, but also our response time. So, how quickly can we turn around, provide a response, and close it out so that it doesn't become overdue? So that is something that this administration is really emphasizing. And then we work really hard in CSD. When Nola and I started in 2021, we had a lot of complaints and a lot of overdue DARTs at the time. And so we've worked really hard to bring that number down so that we are no longer at the top of the list. And we're very proud of that. I know the other departments, they struggle with the same challenges and they're working to do the same. But I see the reports and information that comes out, and I know everyone's, showing progress.
Actually, good point. It really is the response time, because oftentimes we'll put in a riser, and then we got to wait. In some instances, I'm telling you, I'm waiting a year for a response. Like HPD, on it. Within a day, if not the same day, they're responding to our constituents' requests. But some departments take forever. And perhaps we can work with you guys and the administration. One of the ideas I have, and you tell me if it's not a good idea, but having a person in each department specifically assigned to responding to these risers. And oftentimes, it's just information that we need from the departments. And my staff have one person who's been, well, actually more than one person who's been here a long time, and they're able to answer the questions themselves, so we don't have to put in a riser. But those instances when we do have to put in a riser and it takes forever to get a response back, it makes us all look bad, really. Even if the answer is not something that the constituent wants to hear. Hey, but at least we're getting back to them in a timely manner. And it sounds like that's what you're doing. But what do you think of the idea of having somebody in each department? Because honestly, I don't know. From department to department, it's different answering these questions. Oftentimes, I'm finding it might even be the director or the deputy director in charge of responding to these questions.
Yeah, so I think it really depends on the department. For us, there's different kinds of avenues in which a complaint or a concern comes in. Sometimes through the mayor's office, sometimes through our customer care group, sometimes through a neighborhood board meeting, or through a riser, through a council member's office. So I think what's most important is that whomever is responsible in each department for responding, that they understand what the timeline is, and that there is this process where if they need more time, because sometimes they really need more time, right, to gather information and develop a response, that, we utilize, this ability to request an extension so that that riser is not, or one view case is not considered overdue. Right, and then that actually enables the constituent or the customer in one view, for example, to know status, right, of what's happening. I think that communication is really key. I'm not sure, and I can't speak for all the other departments organizationally, if it's best for them to have like one person responsible for this. In our department, we have the customer care 3-team member, but also my office, myself, our deputy director, our 2 secretaries, they're all involved in responding to darts, risers, different kinds of complaints. And we work with our divisions to make sure that we get the information back and close out requests.
Last question, I promise. How come you get to go directly to the department heads and we got to go to the managing director's office? I'm not sure you can even answer that question, because I've been told I would contact the directors, write them a letter, and I've been told, hey, no, you cannot do that. You got to go through the managing director's office. Small kind Big Brother-ish, but I'm just wondering if there was a reason for that.
Well, I know...
Let me rephrase that. How come you don't have to go to the managing director's office?
There are responses that actually are reviewed and approved by the managing director's office. So we do have this protocol that we follow, but there are other requests that come through, let's say directly from the public, that we're able to respond to and close out ourselves. So it depends on how the request comes in. And, there's also times, I think, with, some council members that they will contact me directly. I will respond directly. So it's I think that there is this ability to have direct communication. So I'm not really sure exactly what you've experienced and when, but I think that's something that can be worked out. Maybe it's just clarification that's needed.
Actually, Chair, may I ask one more question about feral chickens and cats? So we still get complaints about feral chickens all the time. I think we only put $50,000 in your budget last time. How much are you guys requesting this year for feral chickens?
So we got $50,000 through council last fiscal year and this fiscal year. It's not a request in our operating budget. We're actually working now to utilize this fiscal year's funding. We actually are very close to sending you an update. I was hoping that you would get it before this hearing, but you're actually going to be getting it probably any moment now. But just to let you know, our next phase is, we've really focused on city property with last fiscal year's monies. This fiscal year's monies, we're focusing on broadening that approach. So we're looking at establishing a contract where we do some kind of cage loan program. Also, for people who catch their own chickens, a disposal program, and then also looking at some type of program where a private property owner would be able to contact the city and gain access to services at a subsidized rate. So, we're not responsible for private property chicken remediation, but we are aware that it is a big complaint that all of you probably receive in your areas. So we're trying different things, and we're trying to see, really what it takes and how much it costs.
I know that your department was putting out pellets that would sterilize the chickens, and we got complaints from animal advocates that was not acceptable. Were you getting the same complaints?
So we've heard of this oval control feed that's used for pigeons, actually. But when I spoke to the State Department of Agriculture, they were explaining to me that is actually not designed for use with chickens because they eat differently. They forage instead of flock to their food. And because it's a type of birth control, it actually needs to be ingested constantly to be effective. So That's not something that, we're looking at this point in time as, a viable option for chicken control. I know the state has looked at that, and, or at least in the legislature, there's different bills working through, that look at different kinds of options. But for us, we want to try this at the city. We want to see what actually works. And we're still in the pilot stage right now. We do know that, what the city invested last year for city property did help to reduce the chicken population at city parks.
Okay, I'll end it there, Chair. I know we haven't broken for lunch yet, and I'm sorry to monopolize so much time, but thank you very much to you and your team for all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the chicken update is thanks to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, is Departmental Communications 172. Departmental Communications 172. Okay, next we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director. Quick question. You mentioned really quickly this animal care services about almost 1.3 million. What exactly is that?
So that's for our Hawaiian Humane Society contract. So the city has invested in expanding support and services to the Humane Society. They are very close to opening their second campus in West Oahu. My understanding is it was targeted for this spring, and it's on track. So really, it's expanding services to that area. There are a lot of people on the west side of the island that come into town for services at their current location. But this brand new location is actually going to, really provide the west side with more services. So that is what that is intended to cover.
So that's not the facility. It's staffing or resources.
Operational costs.
Operational costs.
Yeah, staffing and operating costs. The facility itself was actually covered by the Humane Society.
Okay, thank you. And I just really quickly noticed you did mention about 50,000 for security services at satellite city halls. I've been able to go to satellite halls in my neighboring districts in Wahiawa and Kapolei. And when we met, I actually mentioned that for the most part, I think they run really, really well. However, about a year ago, I did go to the one downtown, and it was a different environment. Is this for like one position? Is this a specific satellite city hall? Because I know when I compare my three experiences, I know which one where I felt I wasn't the most safe. Is this one position?
Downtown is definitely a location that we will be providing security guard services.
And is this for one position?
It's actually a contract. So we're looking at definitely downtown, but some of the other locations already have security. So whatever locations need it or we need to supplement, that's what we're looking at. But downtown is really our focus.
Yeah, I can agree.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Wire.
Just quick, I'm wondering, in terms of the chicken conversation, can we include parakeets in that too?
Parakeets?
Yeah, the invasive ones.
So right now, our responsibility is for chickens.
Okay.
So it's limited to that. Can you clarify the statute, the feral birds? It's feral birds, right? Would that include parakeets? Yeah.
They're everywhere. Not just
Okay. So just to clarify, specifically what's been provided by council has been for feral chicken remediation. So if council would like to expand that to include parakeets, that would be an option.
Okay, because there's the rose-ringed parakeet is invasive.
Yes.
And then some neighborhoods have thousands.
Yeah.
And they've tried non-lethal, all types of approaches. I mean, the feed you're just talking about, I was like, that would be awesome if they could just feed them all. And then, but I'll look into that then to see what we could possibly do.
The oval control I know is designed for pigeons. I'm not sure if parakeets eat in the same way, but
I think they're more foraging too, maybe.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not the expert.
Okay.
Yeah. But appreciate that. So would just be the language specific to the
Yes.
funding, the proviso?
Yes.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know we can't talk outside sunshine, but if we're able to amend the proviso language and parakeets, include parakeets, I would support that, so.
Okay, if you do it yourself. Okay, just kidding.
Yeah, but just hoping for a broad support.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. All right. Hi, Director Hashiro. My one question for you is, how's your staff's experience with OneView?
So OneView has been a challenge. It's not been easy to just learn how to use and pick up type of system. Also, the staff has been very used to the DARTS system, and that's why it's been a challenge. But they have gone through training. And are using it now. However, my understanding, there was an update from the Director Wong that DIT is looking at, that OneView system and what the other options might be for the city. So yeah, it definitely hasn't been easy to use.
Thank you. And how much does CSD pay for a subscription for OneView, for use of OneView?
Not sure the actual cost. We can provide you with that information. I do know that the fees are broken down by type of user. So we have some power users that have more access and control in the system, and then some other types of users where the cost is less. We can break that down.
Thank you, because I know that as a council, it's a pretty big amount for our subscription. So I can imagine for CSD and other departments and its use, and if it's something that it's difficult. And beyond DART, when you refer to DART, is it the DART, like I remember it was like the black system, or is it the riser e-form system?
Yeah. So DARTS is the previous city system, which was utilized before OneView. It is more similar. Well, Mayor's office was using it. It is more similar, I believe, to the riser system.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
And to your team, really appreciate it. I know that actually Chase has a stack of my photos with him. My photos are there. Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I do want to announce that we will be breaking for 30 minutes, and we will then continue with the last four departments. Thank you. Call this meeting to recess, subject to order of the chair.